can be perfectly complementary to social safety net provided by the government. One of the components of Islamic social finance that have high potential to optimize is Waqf. Managing Waqf in such productivity, we can provide more benefit to the society. Then finally, we'll social welfare. However, current Waqf assets are used in more and grave land other than managed as productive assets. As the largest Muslim countries in the world, Indonesia has high potential to develop Waqf as one of the social instruments to redistribute welfare from the have to the poor, especially to reduce the inequality and to make sure that the assets in the society are fairly distributed and productivity. And we know that this is one of the essence of Sharia economic principle that we believe will provide prosperity to the society. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, we currently find that Waqf is not limited to the form fixed asset like land or building, but we have cash Waqf. According to Indonesian Waqf Board, Indonesia has strong potential in both cash Waqf and fixed asset Waqf. Cash Waqf is projected to reach 180 trillion yearly rupiah. Meanwhile, land Waqf currently has reached 52,000 hectares with the recent valuation that reached 2,000 trillion rupiah. However, this high potential should be accompanied by the development of business model that keep those Waqf assets be more productive and give an optimal benefit to the society. Then I absolutely agree that we need to develop integration between Islamic social finance and integration and commercial finance to initiate the development of effective social finance ecosystem. By integrating both Islam social finance and commercial finance, there will be more breakthrough by which society can be benefit from the Waqf asset which professionally managed by Nazir. Collaborating between Islam, social finance, and commercial, one can provide more opportunity to optimize the Waqf asset through a productivity business model which still keep the compliance the Sharia law. Currently, we can easily find more options to do Waqf with various instruments. On the other hand, we therefore need to develop the human resource who involved in managing Waqf, especially how we can equip Nazir with the skills, especially in asset management with respect to the Sharia law. We also still have challenge to promote Waqf in the society, having known that the literacy index for Waqf is still relatively low in Indonesia, about 50.48%. We, therefore, should do more public education to increase the public awareness of Waqf, especially for cash Waqf that can create more flexibility to manage. Distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, now we have many countries such as Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Kuwait, Jordan, Turkey, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Singapore, and of course Indonesia that have developed cash Waqf and create such productivity business model for cash Waqf. Having known that more and more countries come up with the initiative of Waqf optimization, we therefore can develop global partnership to promote cash Waqf among countries and world Muslim community. Strengthening synergy becomes an important key success Wakaf and Islam provide more benefit to society through the economic value creation. Of course, more initiative to develop such productive business model will always be needed in order to provide Waqf around the world with Waqf-based instrument option. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now experienced that digitalization has become part of daily life. Digitalization has made the world become borderless, and we are now the citizen of the world community. We therefore should take advantage from the digitalization, including in managing Waqf as the main source of Islam social finance. The digitalization will create more flexibility, promote efficiency, and provide more opportunity to cover more Waqf around the world to participate in giving their asset of Waqf. The digital technology provides us with the luxury to enable us to participate in Waqf optimalization through its innovation. Of course, again, we need the global partnership to strengthen the conducive environment which can support cross-border and digital innovation for better Waqf optimization. As the Vice Chairman and a member of Committee for Interparliamentary Cooperation, I will give for support to promote the initiative and call for collaboration among countries through Interparliamentary Union, which represent the world community. Together, we need to solve any constraint that still exists among countries, especially when we are discussing about opportunity for enabling cross-border financial flow in relation with enabling cross Islamic social finance among the world community. Largest participation of Waqf around the world will create more opportunity for us to realize Waqf as one of the main sources of the Islamic social finance for a better world. On the other hand, we should promote the transparency and the governance of Waqf optimization, saying this become a key factor which can invite more Waqf to participate in Waqf collection. A sound and productivity business model should be developed to provide a guarantee to Waqf that their Waqf assets are professionally managed and can generate more economic benefit to the society, which finally can contribute prosperity among them. We also need to be active in campaigning Waqf as a new lifestyle, especially to the young generation. We therefore need to optimize our effort in taking part of increasing Waqf literacy to the society. We should elevate the level of understanding of the society from the awareness level to level in which the society will actively participate in Waqf collection. We also need to introduce the new mindset to our society to replace the old perception that giving Waqf is only belongs the rich or the old generation. Waqf should be very easy to do and can start even with small value and done by buying people. For this reason, we should develop the conducive environment that enable Waqf to grow tremendously and become the new lifestyle among the world Muslim community. The synergy among related stakeholders and the government support for all ikhtiar that we need the development Waqf as one of the main success of the one of the main source of Islamic finance will always social finance will always need it. Regulation, business model, transparency and governance, and also literacy. And the main issue we need to improve from time to time in order to provide society with the guarantee that their wakaf are well and professionally managed and comply with Sharia principle. Dear ladies and gentlemen, from the list of the topic that will be discussed in this seminar, I believe that through the coming fruitful discussion, there will be more initiative and breakthrough, as well as innovation for the better wakaf optimalization. I also believe that global partnership will create larger impact of wakaf optimalization to the society, especially in supporting the economic development and recovery, which most countries are currently struggling with. I also believe that the strength of synergy and collaboration among related parties will make this ikhtiar become more effective and create more benefit to the society. Finally, again, congratulations and my appreciation to the ISEF committee, especially to Bank Indonesia and Indonesia Wakaf Board for this wonderful event. Hopefully, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala will always bless us for all this. Amin. Amin. Akhirul kalam. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Insinyur Haji Ahmad Hafiz Tahir, for the speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin our main program of the day, which are the discussion sessions. But before we begin, we would like to invite all speakers and moderators today to get ready and join me in the photo session. So once again, would like to call upon to activate your webcam. Make sure that you appear on your webcam. Insinyur Haji Ahmad Hafiz Tahir, Dr. Sugeng, Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Nuh, Mr. Emad Al-Kharashi, Mr. Haytham Al-Fayez, Dr. Muhammad Ali Chati, Mr. Ahmad Shariman Muhammad Sharif, Dr. Henry Tanjung, Dr. Dadang Mulyawan, Mr. Zainul Abidin Kaji, Mr. Murshid Alam, Mrs. Dwi Irianti Hadiningdia, and Mrs. Azizat binti Zainal Abidin. Looks like everybody now ready with their webcams on. All right, so let's take a picture. On my count, please turn your camera and show your beautiful smiles and of course your best poses. Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? All right, let me count down from 3, 2, 1. Right, and one more time, ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much. Everybody was looking good. And I would like to also mention that there will be 50 amazing souvenirs for the first 50 participants that join today's event. But that's not going to be it. We will also be giving out souvenirs to chosen participants that participate in the Q&A session. So we urge all of you to stay active and engaged during all the sessions. Now, these lucky winners will be announced at the end of our event. So be sure to stay tuned until the end and see if your name is among the lucky few. All right, now let us begin our first session and allow me to introduce and welcome our moderator, Dr. Henry Tanjung from Indonesia Waqf Board, that will moderate the discussion between our speakers today. To Dr. Henry Tanjung, the show is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Alia. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? The first session is about to begin. Assalamu'alaikum Warahmatullahi Wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to welcome you all in this first session. In this occasion, we would like to have some presentations about Wakaf from different countries. Questions can be written in the chat when you are listening to the speakers. No need to ask questions after all speakers talk. Just right after you have a question, please write it down in the chat. All right. Before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce the speakers. They are Dr. Mohammad Ali Chati, Head of Awqaf Property Investment Fund, APIF, Acting Director, Finance Sector Development, Islamic Development Bank. Second, Mr. Haitham Al-Fayez, CEO, Awqaf Investment Company, Saudi Arabia. The third one, Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono, Vice Chairman, Indonesian Waqf Board. And fourth one, Mr. Ahmad Shahriman Muhammad Sharif, CEO, CIMB Islamic Malaysia. Those are four great speakers for the first session. All right. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the first speaker to deliver the presentation on topic, Developing Business Model of Synergy, Islamic Commercial and Social Finance, and the Prospect for the Cross-Border Activities, Awqaf Property Investment Fund, APIF Experience. Dr. Mohammad Ali Chati, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Pak Henry. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam ala Rasulullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi man walah. Good morning to everyone. Jumu'ah Mubarakah. It's my pleasure to be with you today. I take this opportunity really to thank the organizer of the event, Bank Indonesia, the Waqf Board, Indonesia Waqf Board, and giving me this opportunity also to share the experience and the expertise of IDB in this domain. If the organizer can put my presentation, please. Thank you. So again, I'm really grateful for the invitation for this important event, which I believe, inshallah, will be a good opportunity to share knowledge and experience. And inshallah, with the interaction with the other colleagues and speakers, we are inshallah very hopeful that you will find this discussion and this topic interesting to everyone. Can we go to the next slide, please? And please, if you can make it the presentation mode so it can be more clear to everyone. Can you make it? Okay, okay, very good. So I will not dwell on the first few slides. It's an overview of the Islamic Development Bank. I think most of the participant knows what is the IDB. It's a multilateral institution which was established in 1975 in Saudi Arabia. It is the shareholders are all the Muslim countries all over the world, 57 member countries. We are present in 11 hubs. We have the headquarters in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, but we have also offices in Jakarta, Indonesia, in Cairo, Egypt, and other locations. The IDB covers mostly the infrastructure kind of project where it provides financing to its member countries, but it's also present in other ways and products, and which I will explain later on. Next, please. So again, the product and services, as I said, it goes from fostering the socio-economic development of member countries, and it go till promotion and expanding of Islamic financial sector industry. Today, I will be focusing on this third point, since I'm the acting director from the department, which really works on proposing and offering some kind of products regarding the Islamic financial sector and how to support it. Next, please. So again, as part of the main or core objectives of IDB, we find one of the three main objectives is really the IFS growth. IFS is the Islamic financial sector growth. And by that, really IDB, since its establishment, tried to be the reference in Islamic finance. And also the growth of the sector itself is really one of the key mandates. And the IDB is playing a role of catalyst in all those areas. Next, please. So I will be covering two aspects today. The focus will be, of course, in the Awqaf, the APIF, Awqaf Properties Investment Fund. But I'm also interested to share with you the experience in the commercial aspect, because as you can see, we are trying to link the commercial to the social aspect of Islamic finance, because this link is always important to show and to see also what kind of interlinkage we can have between both aspects. Next, please. So overall, IDB was, as I said, very active in establishing Islamic financial institution all over the world. We are a shareholder in more than 33 Islamic financial institutions. By Islamic financial institution, I mean Islamic banks, takaful companies, microfinance, Islamic microfinance institution. Overall, with a small, or I would say a small intervention or participation from IDB, not more than 350 million, we were able to mobilize or to have a partnership with the organization to have total assets of this institution more than 69 billion US dollar. So you can see the multiplier effect from IDB playing the role of catalyst till we end up having multi-billions kind of institution, and IDB remains as one of the shareholder. In terms of impact, we are talking, for example, for Islamic banks, for more than 23 million retail depositors, for insurance companies, 1.3 million policyholders, and in terms of employment, this institution employs more than 47 million employees. Next, please. So in terms of global reach, as you can see, the portfolio is well diversified from Asia to Africa to even Europe. We have participation and investment in most of the global. Next, please. And what I want to show here is really that IDB is a center on all these partnerships. We have with institution from UAE, and we establish institution not only in UAE but also in, for example, in Bosnia, in Khartoum, Sudan. Also with other organizations from Kuwait, we established an Islamic bank in Turkey, and also in Malaysia. We have also a representation even in Indonesia through our Bank Muamalat bank. So definitely this shows you also how IDB operates in this particular sector. In the commercial sector, the Islamic banks mainly. Next, please. Now, if we enter now the focus on the Awqaf itself. And as I said, in addition to all the equity investment that IDB does, IDB with the support of 9 other organizations thought about establishing a separate fund or an operational tool for supporting the Awqaf sector. This was triggered by the fact that many requests were coming to IDB from organization, Awqaf institution, third sector and philanthropy organization, asking for the support of IDB and having their own Awqaf. So the idea started by that constant that there is a gap, or there is something missing in the offering today about the Awqaf. And unfortunately, the commercial banks, they are not really interested by supporting or giving any kind of financing to this organization. So the idea started by that, and in 2001 we established the Awqaf Property Investment Fund with a small capital of 50 million. And the idea really was started as supporting this organization, having very good, valuable, and it's a very nice location lands, but they do not have the cash to construct and to develop these lands. So we were proposing or providing the financing for the development and construction of those projects. By the way, all the pictures that you are seeing in my presentation are real projects, are projects that we finance through APIF. So it's not any kind of picture, but it's really the ultimate product that we are having for our organization. Next, please. So the model is quite simple. Today we have a beneficiary, we have the fund, APIF. We go into kind of partnership where we provide financing to this organization. Then during the repayment period, we will be getting part of the income to repay our loan. and the organization will be having a portion or the remaining for sustaining their own activities. And ultimately, once the fund got repaid its full financing, or the whole income will go to the beneficiary itself. Next, please. So as you know, today we are trying to link all the activities or support to the SDGs. Today, we believe that we are trying or supporting 8 of the 17 SDGs: no poverty, reduced inequalities, quality education, and so on. Next, please. So today we ask ourselves, even before getting the question from our stakeholder and counterparties, what is the relevance of this fund to international development? We found that we are providing something which is missing in the market today. Even after 20 years of its existence, this fund is still unique when you compare to all in the worldwide. I mean, there is no fund today supporting Awqaf organization or third sector institution for having their own financial sustainability through establishing their own Awqaf. So this is really something that we are very proud to say, that this Awqaf Property Investment Fund was unique, and is still being unique in providing this kind of services. Also, we believe that today we need to have a mindset shift, in the sense that all the big development projects, we should not only focus on the hard component, which is, for example, if we go for a healthcare project, we should not only focus on the hospital itself, the facility of the hospital. We need always to think also one step ahead, which is the financial sustainability of this hospital. If we continue thinking just that the government will support this kind of facilities, we believe that this is not the right setup. We should, from day one, when we have this kind of hotels or education activities, we should always have a component for income generating, which will support ultimately the budget of those projects. Next, please. So we are very proud to say that we have very good diversification of shareholder. Dr. Emad Kharashi, the governor of the Awqaf authority, alhamdulillah, they were and they are still our partner in this fund since the establishment, and we are proud to have them in our shareholder list. We have also IDB, which is one of the main shareholder and the biggest shareholder in this fund. We have Islamic banks like IBBL from Bangladesh, Kuwait Finance House from Kuwait, and we have also one of the most recent joiner is BPKH from Indonesia. And we are very proud and very happy to have them on board with us. They started with a first investment last year, 2020, and they increased this year their investment to become the third major shareholder in the fund. Next, please. So as you can see, this is the breakdown of our shareholding. We have the IDB as the major shareholder with 29.5 million investment. We have the OIC, Islamic Solidarity Fund of the OIC second, and BPKH the third. And our General Awqaf Authority from Saudi Arabia is fifth with $7.5 million. The total capital of the fund is 1,014.4 million. But we are increasing, and alhamdulillah, our board of executive director approved the increase of our capital to 500 million, which we are now going in the market to mobilize additional resources. Next, please. So typically what we do after all this kind of introduction, what do we do? We are involved in 3 areas. First, we can finance residential buildings, commercial buildings, or even mixed use. It can be a mall, and it can be some commercial offices in the ground, and then a residential building on the top. So it's quite flexible. And also our intervention has evolved. So we started, as I said, with the development of idle land, but today we also do the enhancement and the renovation of existing buildings. So if an existing building is in a bad shape, we can finance its renovation. And we do a third areas, which is now getting momentum, which is really to purchase ready-made building. The advantage of that is that you have a building generating income, you know the yield, you know all the parameters. And for the organization or the beneficiary, it will be a success from day one, because they will have access to some of the income from day one after we finalize the purchase. Next, please. So overall, for the last 20 years, we were able to finance or to approve financing for 55 projects in 27 countries for a total value of $1.2 billion. The particularity of this fund also within IDB group is that we are the only fund which can finance projects in member countries, the 57 member countries of IDB, Muslim countries, and we also finance projects for Muslim communities in non-member country. So today, for example, we have 6 projects in the US, we have many projects in Europe where we are supporting philanthropy institution get their own assets and their own Awqaf in non-member country. The breakdown of our projects, 17 projects are supporting education, university, school, research activities, 17 also for Awqaf institution and education, 16 are for various charitable and relief activities, 2 for healthcare sector, and 2 for development and endowment. Next, please. The diversification, as I said, we are well diversified, not only in our member country, but also in non-member country. Next, please. So as an impact, we can ask ourselves, what is the impact when we have this kind of financing? I will not dwell on the first two parts, but let me focus on the financial impact for a beneficiary. So today, an organization will approach us asking for financing. What will happen to them after our financing? Most of the time, we found out that we are transforming idle lands to become income-generating properties. So if they did not get our financing, the land will stay as an idle land, not generating any income. But the most important is that we made a study and we find out that after the reimbursement of our financing, 1 million yearly income, $1 million yearly income would go to the ultimate or to the institution. So it's kind of sustainable income for the future, inshallah, that they will be able to have 1 million, which they will be using for their own activities. Next, please. We have also run some analysis about 4 of our projects. So we have one in Bangladesh, the second in UAE, the third in Kenya. Maybe I will focus on the second one. This is Fujairah Welfare Association. Alhamdulillah, with our financing, these people were able, because this is one of our first projects, and for them we financed not only 1 project, but 2 projects. So now the outreach and the number of the beneficiary cumulative, we are talking more than 9 million. So it's really an impact. We are not talking about a small impact. We are talking about an impact which will be lasting in time. Next, please. Another maybe a success story also, this project in Tawfiq Welfare Society. This is a typical project because, you know, some countries they are in conflict or unrest, and we are not able to finance for them. So what we did, we developed another model, which is to finance a project in a country but serving another country. So this project is in Kenya, but supporting activities in Somalia, because, you know, Somalia is a very difficult country to enter and to have projects there, because of the risk that you know. So we did that, and alhamdulillah, today as impact, the project is supporting more than 4,000 students and more than 1,000 orphan helped. Next, please. This is another success story. I will not dwell on it. This is a building also that we constructed in Chittagong in Bangladesh, and this is also for the University of Chittagong. So this is also related to the education sector. And inshallah, as I said, this is just an opening, and we are interested to finance more and more projects in this sector of education and healthcare mainly. Next, please. This is also a very good project. Maybe inshallah, the Hajj and pilgrims from Indonesia, when they will go to Medina Munawwara, they will see this project. This is just 300 meters from the Haram. It's a project for Al Bayan Charitable Foundation. We are financing for them the construction. Just the value of the land is very valuable, as I said, in very strategic location. So the value of the land is $28 million. Our financing is just 10 million. And alhamdulillah, this is now very close to be finished. And we hope, inshallah, that this will be also one of our success story. Ultimately, this project will generate 9 million Saudi Riyal for the beneficiary. So again, I'm always stressing on this financial sustainability, because before the financing and after the financing is totally different story that we are talking about. Next, please. Now, let me also have this example in Indonesia, and it will come also in the lessons learned, because this presentation is not mainly about marketing this Awqaf Property Investment Fund only, but also to generate ideas and also to get some lessons learned. This project in Indonesia is for Rawdat al-Muallimin Foundation. This was approved 2013. Unfortunately, you can ask today what happened between 2013 up to 2021. And this is also part of the lessons learned that we will all together work together, inshallah, for the future project in Indonesia and in other countries. This is a very good project, by the way. The total project cost is 48 million. The value of the land is very expensive. I would say 28 million. Our financing is 15.5 million. Unfortunately, it got delayed for many reasons. But now I'm happy to say that we are very close now for the procurement of the developer. And this the project, the construction should start very soon, inshallah. Next, please. So what are the lessons learned for Indonesia? I think I would not dwell on it. Professor Noah and the other speakers, mashallah, they talked about it in the first session. We are talking about a huge potential. I would say something which is not comparable to any other country. Huge potential for Waqf in Indonesia. So we really need to look at that aspect and try to have some maybe whether plans at the level of the government or the country itself, or maybe the Waqf board should really have some kind of, I would not say very kind of detailed, but high level strategy just to see what are the plans for the future. Also, we believe that our model is unknown in Indonesia and should be explored more. So I was talking in the Hajj conference 2 days ago, and I was saying, please use us. We are a tool that is provided or presented by the Islamic Development Bank, and we want the organization in Indonesia to reach out to us and to propose whatever project they have, and we'll be more than happy, inshallah, to look at. And by the way, we have some kind of allocation for countries within our fund, and the allocation for Indonesia can go up to 50-60 million US dollar. So again, we have only one project which I presented, so there is still other projects to come in our pipeline, and we'll be ready to look at. There is also another aspect. If today we want to have something similar to APIF, but in Indonesia and from Indonesia, this is something that we can also support and help from IDB side, providing the knowledge, providing the experience. So we can think, inshallah, within the coming 5-10 years, we can have an APIF Indonesia, something, a model or project which is dedicated for Indonesia. Also, I think also the eminent speaker from the first session, they talked about the need for capacity building programs for Board of Trustees, Nazir, to raise their capabilities. I think this is very important. But let me also give you our experience on the matter. You are not looking only for people who understand Sharia, who understand Awqaf. For this kind of organization, Board of Trustees, Nazir Foundation, you also need the financial gurus, the financial people, because they will manage for you the financial aspect. You need also people who understand what is real estate and to manage the assets on the best use. So we need to have those capabilities also.
Sorry,
quality at entry and readiness.
2 minutes more.
No, this is my last slide. I'm closing, inshallah. So the quality of entry of project, this is also an important point. Presence of a strong local partner, I believe this is one of the major points and very important. Alhamdulillah, today, as I said, we are partnering with BPKH, and we believe this is a good partner. But we believe also the Waqf board in Indonesia is a very strong partner for this kind of projects in Indonesia. So again, this is something that we will need to work on together, inshallah. Presence of a strong Awqaf regulator, I think this is also something which is already present in the country. But let me conclude maybe with one comment on also the first session. I think cash Waqf is important, and this is also a trend in the future. But let us not forget about this real estate development. It's always a secure investment. It's something that the trustees and Nazir understand simply and easy to manage. So it's always getting the agenda from those different tracks and try to work and enhance, improve all these tracks. And based on that, again, from IDB, from APIF side, we are ready and willing to support, inshallah. And we hope that this Waqf will get its momentum more and more in Indonesia. And we wish the success and success for everyone, inshallah. Thank you again, Pak Henry, and back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali Chati. Exactly 20 minutes, mashallah.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very much to Dr. Mohammad Ali Chati for the informative and interesting talk. Some important issue raised by Dr. Chati is APIF has started providing financing idle Waqf land For example, in USA, also in Indonesia, in Rodotul Muta'alimin Foundation Project. APIF also has successfully helped a non-profit organization such as International Islamic University Chittagong in Bangladesh, and also NGO around the globe. Revenue generating real estate endowment projects by new construction and existing property enhancement revealed high and huge impact for the society as explained before. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the second speaker under the theme New Perspective on Awqaf Investments, Saudi Arabia Experience. Mr. Haytham El-Fayez, the time is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. First of all, allow me to thank the organizers for such a great organization. I've looked at the agenda and it's really very interesting and exciting agenda. I wish I can add value and contribute to this very thoughtful discussions. As His Excellency, the Governor of Awqaf in Saudi Arabia has mentioned, the General Authority for Awqaf in Saudi Arabia has established an investment arm to manage the investments of Awqaf in the best practice that have been exercised globally. So I have prepared a presentation that addresses two main issues. The first is the endowment space globally, the main changes in the endowment space globally, and the experience of Awqaf Investment Company. I have prepared the slides in Arabic, so I'm going to switch to Arabic because the Awqaf have the slides have been prepared in Arabic. Next, please. المحاور الرئيسية للعرض نظرة عامة على تطورات قطاع الأوقاف عالميا والتغيرات الصائرة عالميا في قطاع الانداومنتس والتجارب اللي ممكن الأوقاف في الدول الإسلامية تستفيد منها. الجزء الثاني من العرض يتحدث عن تجربة شركة أوقاف الذراع الاستثماري للهيئة العامة للأوقاف في تطوير استثمارات الأوقاف اللي تقوم الهيئة العامة للأوقاف بالنظارة عليها. Next. Next. من الملاحظ نمو ضخم في قطاع الأوقاف عالميا. لو نرى أن حجم الأصول اليوم وصل في الولايات المتحدة من خلال المصادر التي اطلعنا عليها إلى 624 مليار دولار وبعائد سنوي تقريبا 6%. الأوقاف في الولايات المتحدة تقريبا تغطي 35% من المصاريف التشغيلية للجهات المالكة لهذه الأوقاف. من الجدير بالذكر أن هذه الأوقاف بالإضافة إلى العوائد التي يعاد استثمارها في تعظيم الأصول، هناك أيضا أصول أخرى تضاف إلى هذه الأوقاف. فنجد أن قطاع الأوقاف من عام 2000 إلى عام 2018 نما بما يزيد عن 219%. Next. من الظواهر المهمة في استثمارات الأوقاف أنه هناك تغير في توزيع أصول الأوقاف أو الانداومنتس في الولايات المتحدة. وجدنا أنه هناك تغير في أو خلينا نقول توجه في الاستثمارات البديلة. توجه إلى الاستثمارات البديلة بشكل ملفت للنظر. والسبب في ذلك انخفاض معدلات الفائدة التي أثرت على عوائد استثمارات الدخل الثابت، بالإضافة أن الأوقاف بطبيعتها هي استثمارات طويلة الأمد، فدائما الاستثمارات طويلة الأمد يكون لها قدرة أكثر على تحمل المخاطر. الأمر الآخر اللي هو رغبة من الأوقاف في تحقيق مستويات دخل لتعظيم الأثر التي من أجله أنشئت هذه الأوقاف، السبب الرابع في هذا التغيير في الالوكيشن اللي هو انخفاض اللو كورليشن او كورليشن between الالترناتيف انفستمنتس والكونفنشنال او الليكويد ماركتس. نيكست. حتى بالنسبه الى الاستثمارات الدخل الثابت نجد بشكل واضح تغير في او توزيع اقل استثمارات الدخل الثابت، فكثير من الاصول اللي كانت تستثمر في ادوات دخل ثابت تم تحويلها الى استثمارات في ما يسمى بالبرايفت كريدت او الى الالترناتيفز. السبب في هذا يعود الى ان العوائد تعتبر قليله جدا في ادوات الدخل الثابت، فاذا كنا ننظر لاستثمارات هذه الاوقاف بطريقه تقليديه ووضعنا allocation في ادوات الدخل الثابت فهذا سيؤثر في العائد الكلي لهذه الاوقاف. فنجد اليوم في تحول كبير في التخصيص لادوات الدخل الثابت، فنجد انه تقريبا تغير التخصيص لهذه الاصول من 13% الى تقريبا 8%. نيكست. بالإضافة إلى ذلك نجد أن هناك استبدلت هذه الأوقاف استثمارها حتى في ما يسمى بالببليك إيكويتيز، نجد أنه قل من 50% في 2008 إلى تقريبا 37% في 2018، وهذا مؤشر يدل على أن الأوقاف أو الإنداومنتس في الولايات المتحدة بدأت تخصص جزء أكبر من استثماراتها في الأسواق أو ما يسمى بالبرايفت ماركتس، بحثاً عن عائد أكثر وتقليلاً للتذبذب أو الفولاتيليتي الذي يسببه الاستثمارات في الأسهم العامة. بالإضافة أن هذا التحول إلى هذا الأسيت كلاس أدى إلى عوائد أكبر إلى هذه الأوقاف. نيكست. نجد في هذه الشريحة أنه عوائد الإنداومنتس في الولايات المتحدة أعلى بكثير من العوائد التي تحققها البنشن فاندز أو السوفرين فاندز، والسبب في ذلك هو ذلك التخصيص اللي هو الاستثمارات البديلة. هذه ظاهرة جديرة بالاهتمام. نحن هنا في شركة أوقاف لما عملنا دراستنا إلى كيفية بناء توزيع استراتيجي للأصول ينمي هذه الأوقاف وينمي عوائدها لكي نعظم الأثر، وجدنا أنه التخصيص في الالترناتيفز أو أدوات الاستثمار البديلة هو من أهم المزايا التي إن شاء الله بإذن الله سنخصص أو طرق الاستثمار التي إن شاء الله سنستثمر بها. Next. هناك ظاهرة عالمية أنا أعتقد هي حديث اليوم المهتمين في عالم الاستثمار، وهو التوجه بما يسمى ESG Environment Social Governance Responsible Investing. يعني التوجه هذا صار اليوم وجدنا نمو ضخم. في عام 2012 كانت الأصول بشكل عام ليست مقصورة على الأوقاف، كانت الأصول بشكل عام ESG تشكل 11% من استثمارات مدراء الصناديق. اليوم نجد أنه اليوم أو آخر إحصاء حصلنا عليه اللي هو 2018 تقريبا 26% من الأصول في العالم هي ESG investing، وهي ظاهرة جديرة بالدراسة بشكل مهم. ومن خلال الدراسات التي اطلعنا عليها سينمو ESG investing من تقريبا 26% إلى 50% من إجمالي الاستثمارات. متوقع أن يكون في عام 2025 حجم ESG investing 35 تريليون دولار، وهذه وهذه ربطها باستثمارات الأوقاف مهم جدا، لأن الأوقاف كما تعلمون هي أساسا استثمارات تراعي الضوابط الشرعية، والضوابط الشرعية ولله الحمد تغطي جانب ESG. Next. يمكن من أشهر الانداومنتس في العالم هي ييل وهارفارد، نرى هنا في هذه البار تشارت نرى أنه 28% من الأصول التي تستثمرها هذه المؤسسات 28% منها ESG مخصص للESG، يعني لا تستثمر إلا في ESG، وتقريبا 19% تراعي الESG. فلو جمعنا هذه الفئتين لوجدنا أنه 47% من استثمارات الانداونمنتس في الولايات المتحدة هي ESG compliant. Next. الجزء الثاني من العرض اللي هو يغطي الأوقاف في المملكة العربية السعودية. خلوني أبدأ بالمظلة الأهم. رؤية 2030 أولت اهتمام كبير بالقطاع الثالث أو القطاع الغير ربحي، ووضعت أهداف واضحة جدا لهذا القطاع. طبعا أكبر ركيزتين في هذه الخطة هو تمكين تحقيق أثر أكبر للقطاع الغير ربحي والمساهمة الأكبر في الناتج المحلي. نجد اليوم المساهمة في الناتج المحلي أقل من 1%. الرؤية وضعت هدف واضح 2030 لابد أن تكون مساهمة القطاع الثالث في الناتج المحلي تقريبا 5%. اليوم طبعا قطاع الأوقاف يشكل خلينا نقول السنام الأكبر أو الجزء الأكبر من القطاع الغير ربحي في المملكة العربية السعودية. كما تفضل سعادة المحافظ، الهيئة وضعت أهداف استراتيجية واضحة لتحقيق أهداف رؤية 2030. أبرز هذه الأهداف هي الاستراتيجية اللي هي توجيه المصارف إلى برامج عالية الأثر، تعزيز الرقابة والشفافية، تحقيق الاستدامة المالية للجهات الغير ربحية، وتطوير بيئة الأعمال، وتحديث الأنظمة لتكون أكثر مرونة. Next. اليوم هيئة الأوقاف أنشأت شركة أوقاف الاستثمار لتقوم بالدور الاستثماري للأوقاف. الهيئة بالإضافة إلى دورها التشريعي والتنظيمي والتطويري للقطاع، تقوم الهيئة بالنظارة على عدد كبير جدا من الأوقاف. فقامت بإنشاء شركة مستقلة بحوكمة عالية جدا تقوم باستثمارات هذه الأوقاف من خلال نموذج عمل أو ما يسمى بالSLA، اتفاقية للاستثمار تحكم هذه العلاقة. اليوم شركة الأوقاف لها مجلس إدارة مستقل ولها حوكمة تحاكي أفضل المعايير. تقوم الشركة بثلاث أدوار رئيسية: إدارة وتشغيل الأوقاف، الاستثمارات العقارية وتطوير الأوقاف، الاستثمارات المالية من خلال إدارة المحافظ المالية. Next. الركائز الاستراتيجية لشركة الأوقاف هي تعظيم عوائد المحفظة الاستثمارية، وأعتقد جميع الأوقاف في العالم تحاول أن تحاكي أفضل النماذج لتحقيق عوائد المحفظة. نسعى في شركة أوقاف إلى المساهمة في فتح آفاق جديدة للاستثمارات في القطاع الغير ربحي. فاليوم نقوم بإذن الله بقيادة القطاع الغير ربحي في إنشاء أو بناء أدوات استثمارية تمكن القطاع الثالث والأوقاف بالذات من الاستثمار في أدوات تعظم عوائد هذه الاستثمارات، ومن ثم تعظم الأثر لهذه الاستثمارات. الأمر الآخر أو الثالث من الركائز الاستراتيجية هو أن نكون نموذج مؤسسي أمثل، رول موديل في استثمارات الأوقاف، ليس فقط في المملكة بل بإذن الله في المنطقة بشكل عام. Next. الأنشطة الرئيسية التي تقوم بها الشركة: النشاط الأول هو إدارة الأصول العقارية. اليوم لدى الهيئة عدد كبير جدا من الأوقاف أو العقارات، قامت بإسناد هذه المهمة لشركة الأوقاف. إدارة الأصول العقارية تقوم بنشاطين رئيسيين: أولا اللي هو تقييم وتسويق وتأجير الأراضي المتوفرة في المحفظة. الأمر الآخر اللي هو التسويق والتأجير والتحصيل للعقارات القائمة والمدرة للدخل. النشاط الرئيسي الثاني يمكن تحدث له أخوي الدكتور محمد في العرض الذي قدمه، اللي هو تطوير الأوقاف العقارية من خلال شراكات مع القطاع الخاص. اليوم رؤيتنا للتعامل مع العقارات ان احنا اليوم نقوم بالبحث عن شراكات لتطوير هذه العقارات، نبحث عن شركاء مطورين لديهم القدرة المالية والقدرة الفنية والخبرة الفنية لتطوير مشاريع نوعية. وبعطي مثال على كل من هذه الأنشطة في الشرائح القادمة. الأمر الآخر اللي هو تطوير هياكل استثمارية تمكن المهتمين بالاستثمار بالأوقاف أنهم يشاركونا في تطوير هذه الأوقاف وهذه العقارات. النشاط الرئيسي الثالث الذي تقوم به شركة أوقاف اللي هو الاستثمارات المالية. ويمكن تكلمت في الجزء الأول من العرض على أن اليوم لابد من بناء استراتيجيك أسيت ألوكيشن للاستثمارات المالية تحاكي أفضل الممارسات العالمية لكي تحقق أفضل العوائد ومن تالي تعظم الأثر من هذه الاستثمارات. Next. هذا مثال على النشاط الأول إدارة الأصول العقارية. هناك كثير من الأصول الموجودة لم تكن مستثمرة بالشكل الأمثل، فلما ولله الحمد استقطبنا فريق احترافي في إدارة الأصول العقارية. هذا مثلا وقف كان مؤجر كمخازن في منطقة مهمة في مكة المكرمة. تم ولله الحمد تطوير هذا الاستثمار لكي يعني يكون متحف يستفيد منه الزوار ويكون وبإذن الله يعكس القيمة التاريخية لهذا الاستثمار. Next. المثال الثاني للتطوير العقاري، هذه أرض في المدينة المنورة وفي مكان يعني قريب جدا من الحرم النبوي، وهي ففكرنا لن ننظر إلى الاستثمار بطريقة تقليدية. فاللي عملنا عليه أن احنا عملنا على best use analysis لهذه العقار لكي يطور عقار بشكل يليق بهذا الوقف. ولله الحمد اليوم شاركنا شركة من أهم الشركات التطوير في المملكة لبناء برج فندقي راح يكون نوعي بإذن الله يخدم المدينة المنورة ويخدم الزوار والمعتمرين ويعظم القيمة للوقف بإذن الله. Next. بالنسبة للاستثمارات المالية، وهنا أنا ودي أركز على نقطة مهمة. كثير من المهتمين بقطاع الأوقاف ينظرون للوقف على أنه عقار. إحنا اليوم لما استلمنا هذه المحفظة وجدنا استثمارات الأوقاف لم تكن هناك رؤية شاملة لتوزيع هذه الأصول من الأصول مالية وأصول عقارية. وجدنا تركيز في مناطق معينة، ويمكن التركيز هذا برضو لما حصلت جائحة كورونا حسينا فيها بشكل أكبر. يعني وكانت هناك كثير من الفرص اللي كان ممكن الاستفادة منها في الوقت السابق لم يستفاد منها. فلما بنينا استراتيجية الاستثمارات المالية زي ما ذكرت، بنينا استراتيجية توزيع الأصول تنظم القرارات الاستثمارية. لابد لكي يكون هناك تقليل للمخاطر لابد من بناء محفظة متنوعة فيها أنواع أصول مختلفة لكي نقلل المخاطر في استثمارات الأوقاف. لابد أيضا من مراعاة التنوع الجغرافي. اليوم الجائحة اللي حصلت كرست مفهوم أنه ما تكون استثماراتنا في منطقة واحدة بل متنوعة لكي لا يكون هناك مخاطر لهذه الاستثمارات. الأمر الرابع والمهم اللي هو لابد أن في استثمارات الأوقاف تكون مستعد دائما لاقتناص الفرص. ولله الحمد اليوم احنا في استثماراتنا المالية اكتتبنا في شركات مهمة مثل شركة أرامكو وعيادات الحبيب وST Solution وأكوا باور وغيرهم، وسنستمر إن شاء الله في اقتناص الفرص.
عفوا مستر الفياس الوقت 2 دقائق
بإذن الله. 2 minutes left. I'll be very quick. I'll make sure I finish. I'll make sure I finish on time.
Okay.
Next. قامت الهيئة بتمكين القطاع الغير ربحي والمؤسسات والجهات في بناء أوقاف تحاكي أفضل المعايير. عملنا اليوم في الهيئة العامة للأوقاف وشركة أوقاف بالتعاون مع هيئة السوق المال لبناء صناديق وقفية تمكن هذه الجهات من الاستدامة المالية عبر بناء محافظ تدار من قبل مختصين لكي يكون هناك إدارة أوقاف على أعلى مستوى. next الشريحة الأخيرة وهي شريحة في غاية الأهمية تتكلم على أهمية الحوكمة في في إدارة الأوقاف. إذا لم تكن هناك حوكمة جيدة للأسف سيكون هناك نتائج غير جيدة. الموديل اللي عملنا عليه أن يكون عندنا استراتيجية واضحة للاستثمار، أين نستثمر وفي أي أصل وما هي المعايير التي نقوم بالاستثمار بها. يكون هناك لجنة استثمار تقرر ما هي هذه الاستثمارات وتوافق على هذه الاستثمارات، ويكون هناك فريق احترافي يحلل هذه الاستثمارات، ولا بد أيضا من أن تكون لجنة مراجعة تتأكد من أن كل هذه الأمور تمشي وفق الضوابط واللوائح المعتمدة، وفريق عمل ذو كفاءة وخبرة عالية. هذا كل ما أردت أن أشير إليه في هذا العرض، مع تمنياتي لكم بدوام الصحة والعافية، وأن نكون بإذن الله قدمنا شيء مفيد لهذا الإيفنت المهم. شكرا لكم.
Thank you. Syukran, Mr. Fayez. وهذا التنمية وإدارة الأوقاف وتدبيرها مثلا الاستثمارات العقارية والاستثمارات المالية. This is very important. Saudi Arabia use new strategy and instruments for developing Awqaf, investment in public equities, for example, and also ESG investment. Thank you, Mr. Al-Fayez, for the nice talk, for the informative and persuasive talk. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the third speaker under the theme Indonesia's model in integrating Islamic commercial and social finance. Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono, the show is yours.
Thank you, Pak Henry. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be able to share my experience in developing Waqf in Indonesia, especially in the midst of the current pandemic. People ask, where is the role of zakat, infak, sedekah, and Waqf? We should be able to do a lot. It is not easy to answer, especially since Waqf has long been excluded from the mainstream economy. Therefore, this topic become important and interesting, which how to reintegrate social and commercial Islamic finance. Badan Wakaf Indonesia, or Indonesian Waqf Board, is an independent state institution which established by law. This agency has tasks of developing Waqf in Indonesia through providing regulation and guidance of Nazir. Could we start with the presentation, please? Next. Okay. Before coming to the discussion of Islamic financial instrument, I would like to underline the basic principles of transaction in Islam. It must be believed that Islam is Shumuliyah, which is complete and perfect religion that regulates all aspects of human life. Islam has never carried out a dichotomy between business transaction and social transaction, because both are carried out within the framework of worship to Allah, with the same key performance indicator, namely benefit or maslahah. Next, please. In the Islamic concept, its transaction always intersects with 5 aspects of the maslahah element, namely religion or deen, life or nafs, intellect or akal, descendant or nafs, and wealth or mal. It is not directly related to the material. To manifest from one stage to another, Islam has provided instruments, namely zakat, infak, and waqf. All three have different mandates. Zakat, as we know, is directed for emergency and takes people to the subsistence level, while in fact acts as a shield when there is a temporary shock. While zakat, while wakaf is categorized as a capital expenditures because wakaf has the features to accumulate it, and like massive infrastructure and civilization development is the duty of wakaf. Next, please. The following slide illustrate how the three sectors are related, starting from the real sector, financial sector, and social sector in economic engine. Islamic economics require a strong linkage between the three sectors. The financial sector can spin only in the gear in the real sector is really spinning. Every increase in money must be based on an increase in goods and services produced, or known as underlying basis. Therefore, these three sectors will be connected by a strong and interconnected belt, where the social sector acts as a stabilizer for the system. As a comparison, we can see how the conventional economic system creates an uncontrolled financial asset bubble on the left side. Next, please. Before entering into the context of the instrument, I would like to show a map containing 4 quadrants, which is very popular in the discussion of impact financing or impact investment. One of the main points of the quadrant is the paradigm of the trade-off between financial return objectives versus social return objectives. That paradigm is the basis of differences between conventional economic approach and Islamic economics. You certainly still remember about the 3 gears that are interconnected in the economic engine. Essentially, if they are connected, it can be ensured that the economy they are running must be meet the rules of impact investment, which is located in the green quadrant only in the pictures. Next, please. If we listen to the verses in the Quran, it is said that Allah destroy riba and enrich alms. If we make an analogy that destroying riba is a representation of Islamic commercial activities and fertilizing alms is a social financing activities. So it is ensured that commercial and social financing in Islam are one unit of action. Then something is wrong if the current product market terms of Islamic banking are not compatible with the practice of developing asset wakaf. Therefore, it becomes irony if the practitioners of Islamic banking or other Islamic financial institution do not care about the development of zakat, infak, sedekah, and wakaf. Next, please. From a number of literatures, it is stated that the function of the bank was carried out by the Waqf institution, which is in development. The Waqf institution were marginalized along with the development of modern banking institution. In the Ottoman era, cash Waqf had played an important role in Turkey economic growth. At that time, cash Waqf institution operated like banks and provided financing to both the private and public sectors. And its peak, the Waqf sector play a significant role to the state of budget. Next. The following is a hypothesis on the role of Waqf and Zakat on a macro basis, where in the fact Zakat, infak, sedekah, Waqf will directly assist the government in terms of reducing poverty, accelerating economic growth, improving income distribution, preventing budget deficit, and reducing government spending. Thus, it is necessary to reconsider providing tax incentives for the zakat, infak, sedekah, wakaf instrument to obtain an optimal multiple effect. Next, in the context of micro approach, wakaf asset normally have a number of advantages that must be considered by business people, such as providing higher IRR, higher NPV, shorter break-even point, and etc. But in reality, the fact is actually happen the opposite, where business people actually avoid investing in wakaf asset. Wakaf assets are considered inferior because they do not have access to formal financing sources. Next. I think I will skip this slide. It is basically tells us about the stigma of Waqf assets that do not get access to the formal financing. Next, please. If the conditions are like this, then why are social Islamic financial instruments have not been able to play much in the welfare of the people? The answer is the existence of incompatibility issues between the concept and models zakat infak sadaqah instrument with the paradigm of stakeholder infrastructure organization, market instrument, and existing rules. The impact of this incompatibility has caused the roles and concept of Waqf to be dwarfed. This condition has occurred for centuries and is very dependent on the history of the country. The Waqf curriculum has become incomplete and different in each country. Next, please. In the efforts to integrate this, in October 2018, the Minister of Finance, Bank of Indonesia, Badan Wakaf Indonesia, and the Ministry of Religion jointly launched a product innovation that is Cash Wakaf Link Sukuk. It is an investment instrument for cash wakaf based on state sukuk, where Nazir Cash Wakaf has a safe alternative instrument, but still has a competitive return. Next. For example, in the issuance of the first Cash Wakaf Link Sukuk in the late of 2019, Badan Wakaf Indonesia, who acted as a Nazir, successfully collected around 50 billion rupiah of temporary cash wakaf fund, which were then invested into state sukuk specifically issued for wakaf. On the government side, the proceeds is used to fund expenditures in the social sector. We call this the first look. Then the coupon received by Badan Wakaf Indonesia is used to build a retina center and the Ahmad Wardi Wakaf Hospital, which is intended for the treatment for the poor. We call it as a second loop. After 3 years of operation, this hospital currently has recorded a profit. And from the surplus obtained, they are preparing to expand its facilities and infrastructure, where we call this the third loop. This Cash Wakaf Link Sukuk is multi-impacting innovation of social and commercial financial integration. Currently, the government has issued 3 series of Cash Wakaf Link Sukuk. In the second and third series, Waqf, which was originally institution, was then directed to individual or retail. The same things goes for the Nazir side, where it was originally only Badan Wakaf Indonesia, is now involving more Nazir because of the retail Cash Wakaf Link Sukuk. Next. The following is an illustration of the financial engineering carried out for the Rumah Sakit Ahmad Wardi Hospital development. From the result of Cash Wakaf Link Sukuk around 50 billion, with a revenue stream of 230 million per month, which is not a significant amount to finance capital expenditures. At that time, through the collaboration with Bank BNI Sharia, the income stream was used as a collateral to obtain financing worth 12.8 billion, which was used to afford ambulance, medical equipment, room renovation, and social services. The impact of this capacity increase causes the number of patient and hospital admission also to increase. In the third year since operating, the hospital has managed to record a significant growth in profit. Currently, Rumah Sakit Ahmad Wardi is buying land for the expansion of its hospital facilities. In addition to using the profit obtained, the hospital, together with Badan Wakaf Indonesia, is mobilizing community wakaf for its development needs. Next. In addition, BWI and other Nazir are also exploring other financial sources, including the scheme offered by APIF through BPKH. Indonesia has now become a member of APIF. It is very fortunate that APIF are attending today's event. Hopefully, further explanation about the opportunities for developing other commercial wakaf asset in Indonesia can be provided. Currently, there is one project that is the construction of wakaf tower that already mentioned by Mr. Ali Chati. Currently, Badan Wakaf Indonesia is assisting and facilitating the proposal of 2 more Waqf projects that are now in the consultation phase with Badan Wakaf Indonesia and BPKH. Before we submit them to APIF, the 2 projects are namely the Salman Hospital in Bandung, West Java, and CPO Factory in South Sumatra. We still do not know for sure whether APIF can finance commercial assets in the form of factory, because from our observation currently, after the pandemic, the availability of office rental space is relatively oversupply, while we predict that the social benefit that can be generated by the CPO mills are numerous, such as empowering farmers and other social programs in the plantation area. It is hoped that these plans can be accommodated by APIF. Next, please. Another effort that we have prepared together with Financial Service Authority, or OJK, especially Islamic capital market and other business actors, is the issuance of the Sukuk Link Waqf. In contrast to cash Waqf Link Sukuk instrument, which is basically a Waqf, the Sukuk Link Waqf is a commercial-based contract, which will be adjusted to be business model in the form of ijarah, mudarabah, and etc. Sukuk are issued to finance commercial Waqf assets that are feasible and have long economic life, developed on Waqf land, and after the Sukuk service period ends and provided sufficient return for investors, the commercial assets ownership will be shifted again to Nazir. The surplus from the asset management is given to the Mawquf Alai. Next. In order to reduce the gap between celestial instrument or zakat infak sadaqah instrument and conventional market mechanism, there are 2 main approaches, namely the push and pull strategy. Push strategy aims to encourage the presence of Waqf instrument so that they can be immediately implemented effectively to answer the challenge and needs of the community, while pulling strategies aims to attract Sharia institution to reuse the Maqasid Sharia parameter as their key performance indicator. Next, please. Finally, what we did earlier was an effort to build ecosystem. The design of the ecosystem strategy that we will build is to connect the key stakeholders who have been spirited, namely government, Islamic financial institution, zakat infak sadaqah Waqf institution, and the community. We must encourage the Islamic financial institution to function as a locomotive in terms of collective zakat infak sadaqah Waqf and providing financing for the development of Waqf asset. Therefore, in the future, Islamic Bank must be encouraged as a Nazir of cash Waqf, or Amil Nazir institution. They must be encouraged to start synergizing superior project on a larger scale, so that they are able to produce a wow effect for the community. The pattern of competition or musabaqah must be transformed into synergy or muawanah. Besides that, certification program, training, and upgrading also need to be accelerated, including government aspects such as transparency and reporting. The role of the community is directed at effort to socialize and increase literacy, both through formal education and formal education institution, as well as informal education, such as scholars, parents, and etc. To foster philanthropic values to become a family lifestyle. Next, the government role is a guide system manifested in the provision of a conducive set of regulation, pioneering the Waqf movement in the government employee, pioneering social-oriented national project on Waqf land, and etc. Next, last but not least, is the digitalization. In order to build a modern Waqf ecosystem, Badan Wakaf Indonesia is currently conducting a digital transformation, which is expected to be complete next year. In the future, all Waqf stakeholders can be connected in one integrated, versatile platform. I think this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono, for the innovative and interesting talk. Some important thing about Waqf management conveyed by Dr. Sabtono is Waqf Link Sukuk is the one innovation of Indonesia to integrate commercial and Islamic social finance. This is collaboration of Badan Wakaf Indonesia, Bank Indonesia, Ministry of Finance, Waqf Hospital, Commercial Bank, as Islamic banks which collected the Awqaf fund. The results of Kes Wakaf bin Sukuk has given the fruit to Ahmad Wardi Hospital. Salman Hospital and CPO Mills are two projects will be developed by Indonesian Wakaf Board. And also Sukuk Link Wakaf. So this is the opposite side of Kes Wakaf bin Sukuk. So there are two terms here, Wakaf Link Sukuk and Sukuk Link Wakaf. So I think you're confused, right? Sukuk Link Wakaf also a model of ijara, madharab, etc. Collaboration to Financial Authority Board of Indonesia. Now, Indonesian Wakaf Board is doing digitalization, which is completed next year, inshallah. And all participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the fourth speaker under the topic, the role of digital finance in supporting the ecosystem of Waqf development, Malaysia and Indonesia perspective. Mr. Ahmad Sahriman Muhammad Sarif, the place is yours.
Thank you, Pak Henry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Very clear, very clear.
Very good. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu sekalian, please allow me to deliver my presentation in English. But I will try to use a bit of bahasa. But if you have any questions, please do ask. I'll try to answer them as we go. Actually, I will have to say, Bapak Dr. Imam Teguh, his last slide is actually exactly what I want to say. Because I think
yes, you're right. Digitalization, yes.
And I must say, Pak Henry, I think what call this Badan Wakaf Indonesia is actually very advanced, and I think something that I hope we can learn on. And I think looking at the blueprint, definitely, I think Indonesia is well placed to take advantage of the Wakaf development. Okay, before I begin my slides and presentation, I'll just try to explain the flow of how I'm going to present. I'm going to talk about Malaysia and Indonesia because there are certain issues or problems of Waqf that we try to tackle. I will not try to cover everything, but only one or two bits where I think that a digital solution can come in. Now, I think as we all know, most of the initial effort to address in tapping technology for the purpose of Waqf started off from collection. So basically partnership between the banks and the various Waqf authorities to actually how do we make collection more efficient and so on. But I think that is basically the low-hanging fruit, the beginning of the journey. But I think there's a lot more that we can explore using technology. And I think again make reference to the excellent last slide from Dr. Imam Teguh earlier, and I really envy Badan Wakaf Indonesia for having that blueprint already in place. Okay, maybe let us begin with the slides. So next, yeah. I'll just go straight away to slide number 5, and I think then the reason why I would like to start off with slide number 5 is so that the audience will have an understanding of the issues or the challenges that we face in Malaysia with regards to zakat. In regards to Waqf. Actually, the problem that we have here is this. You can look at the slide because from a legal perspective, religious matters regulated or legislated at the state level. So Malaysia has 14 states, as you can see. Therefore, there are actually 14 state Waqf authorities. So what it means, and this is actually a major problem that we face in Malaysia, is that there's in terms of consistency and standardization about how Waqf assets are managed is different. And number 2, and this is actually the bigger problem, is fragmentation. Yeah, basically, we cannot collect all the assets in the country, Waqf assets, together in order for us to get value, because the administration by law is divided by individual states. Yeah, there are attempts at the federal level, the national government, to create some sort of authority. So, for example, Yayasan Waqf Malaysia exists at the federal level, but again, by law, when they want to own assets in the state, they would need to work with the different state authorities. My Waqf there is is an effort by Islamic banks in Malaysia also to create a ecosystem whereby people can contribute and can also track different Waqf projects. Yeah. So the issue or the problem that I'm alluding to for Malaysia is actually and the one that where we need to think about trying to use digitization to address is basically the issue of how do we defragment all the assets, because right now the assets are all over the country, but we cannot unify them and you cannot use them collectively. Yeah. Going to the next page, I'll just go to page page 7. So I think there is a politically there's will from Bapak Abdullah Badawi all the way to Bapak Muhyiddin until and now current Prime Minister Bapak Ismail Sabri. There is a plan to try and uniform this, but again, it is a complicated matter simply because by matter of law, the state Islamic religious councils actually still are the only body that can own any Waqf assets. So like for example, for me, if I have and I'm from the state of Terengganu and I have just a land in Terengganu and I want to put a Waqf, I need to give it to the Majlis Agama and Adat Rasam Islam in Terengganu. So there is actually a designated authority for each state, and each of them will have different rules and so on. Okay, so that is some context of the issue that we are facing, and also then give try what kind of technological solutions that can be used to actually resolve this problem. Now, going a bit more as a background, I'll just jump to slide to the following slide. Let's just go for next slide. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is basically a snapshot of Bank Negara's effort in trying to promote the use of Waqf or try to develop the Waqf sector through the Islamic financial institution. Yeah. So this started off. So there are two main initiatives right now. One is My Waqf. This is basically run by all the Islamic banks, and and if you go to the website, there's actually an effort whereby different Islamic banks will partner with different state authorities, partner a project, put it up on the website, and people can actually then contribute and monitor the progress of those projects through a common website, which is the My Waqf website. However, the tricky part is that because of the fragmented nature and the differing rules and so on, setting up projects and putting it up is not as easy as the banks would like it to be, because every project we need to discuss with the state authorities and they must agree the use and how it's going to be monitored and whatnot. Yeah. So that is one element. The Itakat element then talks about the use of various mechanisms like Waqf, Zakat, and Sadaqah to actually help the lower income group. In this instance, what we do and CIMB Islamic personally doing is actually using our takaful product, whereby you actually for every takaful product that you purchase for your motor vehicle, you actually contribute a small sum to buy a bicycle for a poor student. Right? So those are kind of things that we are trying to do, trying to match and put Waqf element in our commercial products. Now going to the 2 more pages down 0.8. Can we move the slides, please? Thank you. Next. Okay. So this is just a snapshot of various Waqf lands. Again, these lands are all over country and it's actually distributed and managed by 14 different Waqf authorities. Yeah, and cash Waqf is growing, and for Yasa Waqf Malaysia alone, they have collected about 10.83 million. Not a sizable sum, but we see the trend going up tremendously. Yeah, going to the next page. Now, this is what I think we are trying to do and try to figure out how we can do more of, because this partnership, so if you go to KL now, there is, and you go to Menara Bank Islam, and Bank Islam is basically the original Islamic financial institution, Islamic bank in Malaysia. Very interestingly, the land that they sit in is basically a Waqaf land. And if the development was done in the traditional manner, most probably that land, we could not fully utilize its value. Because if you think about it, the problem with most of the Waqaf land, especially in urban areas, and you've seen this in Singapore, and you've seen this also in Malaysia, I'm sure you can see this a lot in Indonesia as well, is that while there is a land that's given right in the middle of the town, but there might not be any money or financing to build something that is commercially viable. But in this instance, what was done by the religious authority for the for Wilayah Persekutuan, which covers KL, was that they work in partnership with Tabung Haji, whereby they lease the land to Tabung Haji, which is the equivalent to BPKH or the Pilgrims Fund, and Tabung Haji, using its own subsidiary, built up Bank Islam, and then lease out that building to Bank Islam as the tenant. So as a result, a small plot of land in a very strategic part of Kuala Lumpur can be maximized. The value can be maximized. Give it, and the returns from the Waqaf land can then be used for other activities as what was intended by the donor. Yeah. So going to the next two slides, just talks about the problem that we have with the legal structure. Now I will just jump straight away to page 21. So further down. Sorry, slides just now. Okay. All right. No, 21. Sorry, can we go to the Waqaf project by CIMB Islamic further up? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So these are some of the stuff that we are trying to do, and I think this is where we try to link up our projects, our products with a Waqaf element, because we are trying to test out how do we commercialize the collection of Waqaf. So we partner a lot with Takaful companies. So like Takaful Mulia is actually, there's a plan whereby in the event something happens to you, half of the proceeds from the plan is actually given to a Waqaf of your designation. You can designate it. So that's one variation. Another variation that we have is actually, as I mentioned, the motor vehicle. And then the rest of it is actually, you can actually nominate as every month that you make your Waqaf Takaful contribution. Part of it can actually go to a Waqaf causes. Now going to 2 pages down. Can go to 15, the one that's marked 15 at the top. It's titled Digitalization of Waqaf in Malaysia. Yes, thank you. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, the low-hanging fruit is actually on the collections. And I think that's what has been done both in Malaysia and Indonesia, where most of the banks have worked to plug in the Waqaf collection through their digital platforms and whatnot. So I think it's very easy now for people to actually make contribution, especially to cash Waqaf through the financial system. Now going to next slide. But I think the real value and where this is, I think, where Indonesia is heading to, and definitely most probably will have a system that people can learn from, is actually how do we use the system to actually not just track the liquidity, but also create transparency. And the last part is awareness of what what do you call this, how zakat wakaf funds are being used. So I think that is where you need a comprehensive ecosystem whereby the digital portion comes in very, very important, quite critical to the piece. So going to the next slide. So very interesting study, and this is something that we learned, and this is from the Zakat Authority in Malaysia. So if you go to the App Store, you can download the Zakat on Touch, and I do recommend this for you to do it, because when I visited the office about 2 years ago, meeting the CEO, very interesting that they were trying to create, and they stumbled this what called this Zakat information system indirectly, because they were having criticism from different people so Zakat Kedah was trying to address criticism that they are not distributing fast enough, meaning they collect zakat, but a lot of people are in trouble, and people could and they say like the zakat authorities are not doing anything. So what they have done was actually to put all the information there. This is what I'm collecting by district, by mosque, and this is what I'm distributing by district, by mosque, and they put it on the map, and they made it real life, and they put it on an app. So as a result, and I think what they learned suddenly was that they actually have an information system of the state. Basically, they can learn like which district in the state people are suffering, because people, when the states where people are suffering, you see there's actually a lot more demand on the zakat funds, and then there in the district where people are doing better, they can see on a daily trend what call this the contribution to the zakat is higher. And because they are an agriculture state, they also have zakat beras, zakat padi. So that, and they can see from that payment, they can also estimate the production that's happening in the state. So the insight that they got was actually from the information that they gather when they put this on the map on real-time basis. And I think this is something that we need to do for Waqf, because if you think about it, and this is the problem that Malaysia has, that we have Waqf assets, Waqf land spread all over the country, but we do not put them real time in one map so that people can see, these are all the different assets, and then add on information like utilization. For example, there's a Waqf hospital. What is the utilization? What do they need? What more can be added? So if you put a very comprehensive information system, this will actually spur thinking like how can we derive more value from the Waqf assets. So Bapak Ibu sekalian, I think from one of the key points here, I think for me, this is something that we have yet to achieve, and maybe I think Badan Wakaf Indonesia following their plan might achieve first, is that we really need a information system to collect all this data, and having it on a map really helps, because you can see all the opportunities. And even more, for example, like land, one of the issues that we have with land is that a lot of it are not being used efficiently. So having it put on a single map will actually trigger thinking, can we actually aggregate all the land together, swap it, like what Singapore Waqf did, to actually get better value for the land, commercial value for the land, or utilize more returns from the land. Now, going to the next part, I think similarly to our Syariah Niaga in Indonesia has also done quite a lot of work in trying to grow the Waqf, develop the Waqf digital channel, and I think we have already made available through our both Oktober mobile, Oktober clicks, the ability for people to actually enter and do cash Waqf. And I think for Indonesia, our focus is really to work closely and create the ecosystem with the Nazir. How do we give the Nazir the tools to manage the cash, to do the collection effectively? So I think that is where we are focusing a lot of our efforts in Indonesia through Sebagai Niaga Sharia. Yeah.
Sorry,
So
Mr. Sulaiman, your time is 2 minutes more.
Yes, Pak Henry. I will try to wrap up shortly. Yeah. So I think when it comes to Indonesia, because it doesn't have the fragmentation problem of Malaysia, I think my view is that where it can take advantage of digital is really on the information side, and I think on the collection of what I call this the liquidity management and so on. Once that has been created, that we can really what I call this create that flow of funds from people, because what we notice is that people need to see results. When I give you money, put money into a particular Waqf project and so on, we really need to be able to see where it goes to, the results from it and so on. So Bapak Ibu, I think I will end here, which is I think we are still at early stages in terms of using technology for the purpose of Waqf. But I think if we are able to use it effectively, especially from an information sharing and transparency purposes, that alone would spur or encourage people to actually put more money into Waqf. Because right now, if you ask people, most of the criticism that they do not know how the money is managed and they do not see the output of the effort of their contribution. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Shahriman, for the informative and innovative talk. Some important thing about digital finance conveyed by Mr. Shahriman is government of Malaysia pushed digitalization of Awqaf management due to transparency. System architecture is using cloud available to Android and also iOS users. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. There will be one session, I think, for the 22 minutes more, and I have picked 4 questions. Actually, so many questions here. Alhamdulillah, so many questions raised by the audiences, and some of them has been answered by Dr. Chatti directly. Thank you, Dr. Chatti. This is will give others time and chance to ask question for others. The first question from Magda Ismail. This question raised to Mr. Al-Fayez. Hal yumkin na'lam istismaratul awqaf min Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Makkah and Madinah al-an? Is it possible to trace back the awqaf from the Prophet Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Makkah and Madinah now? And for the second questions, for Reza, I think one by one, right? So please, Mr. Al-Fayez, to answer these questions. Mr. Al-Fayez?
Yeah. So to the best of my knowledge, we don't have Awqaf specifically for the Prophet, peace be upon him. What we have now is Waqf Uthman ibn Affan, which is a very big Waqf that we're currently having a very ambitious plan to develop and have it, inshallah, visited by many visitors to the holy mosques.
Okay. I think this is clear. Eh? The answer of Mr. Al-Fayez is clear. Now come the second session to Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono. This is from Reza Rahman. There are 2 questions. The first one is, what is the contribution of Waqf to the development of country, especially Indonesia? And what are the potential and future challenges in the development of Awqaf in the world? So from Indonesia coming to the world. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the contribution of Waqf for the country is very large, generally in the social and sector as education, health, and worship. It doesn't significant yet because the resulting output has not been fully recorded and entered into the formal calculation of GDP. The contribution in question will increase doubling if the utilization of this asset is pushed to the commercial sector, which has a greater multiplier effect. And for the second question, the challenge of developing world Waqf, including first is harmonizing understanding on the fatwa side among scholars, because Waqf is included in the area of ijtihad. It produces many different practices in the world. The second is the government commitment. It is reflected in regulation related to taxes, land certification program, and etc. Third is the literacy of Waqf among the community. And fourth is the capacity building and competencies of Nazir. Last but not least is product innovation. It is including the digitalization and cross-border Waqf investment. I think this is my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Imam. There are still a question for you. This is from Rosalina Fabrika Mayasari from Palembang. There are Waqf managed by the government and the community in Indonesia. The question is, how is the synergy between Waqf managed by the government and managed by the community or private sector? And the second one, how is the supervision for the two institutions, both government and private? Please. The first one, how is the synergy between Waqf managed by the government and managed by the private? This is synergy between government and Nazir and private Nazir. And the second one, how is the supervision for the two institutions? Dr. Imam?
Sorry. Please, could you repeat?
Yeah, the first question is, how is the synergy between Waqf managed by the government and managed by the community or private sector?
Yeah, actually, currently BWI is focusing on the regulation and facilitating the development of the asset Waqaf, and also the building the capacity of Nazir. So in terms of the link between the community-based Waqaf and government, which is representing by Badan Wakaf Indonesia, it could be in terms of the cooperation, like currently BWI assists Salman to produce a better proposal for the construction of the hospital. Also, BWI assists the Waqaf Masjid Agung. I think it is open for community to offer their asset Waqaf to Badan Wakaf Indonesia, but currently the capacity of Badan Wakaf Indonesia still limited, just only facilitating and also assisting the local community Nazir. I think that's it, Pak Henry.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Imam. For Dr. Muhammad Ali Chati, for 5 minutes, he will pray Jumat prayer in Saudi. So I think all questions addressed to you, you have answered in the chat. So, so if you have some closing statement like that before you leave, please.
Thank you, Pak Henry. Maybe on the last question, something that we can also support is, you know, we have in IDB something called technical assistance and also reverse linkage. So if from Badan Waqf they want to explore experience and expertise of other regulator, let's say the General Awqaf Authority here in Saudi or somewhere else, we can support that and have this kind of reverse linkage where they can discover and explore the experience of other regulator, and then try maybe to come up with some enhancement to the ones in Indonesia. Second, on the international aspect, I do believe that today there is a momentum for Awqaf all over the world. Maybe for a certain period of time, unfortunately, we were a little bit behind or a little bit far from our own legacy for Awqaf in our Muslim world. But since our scope is not only specific to a country, but more worldwide, we are seeing really real momentum, and organization, Muslim organization, philanthropy, NGOs are coming back to this Waqf model and seeing all the benefits that they can have out of it. So on an international or global perspective, I can testimony here that alhamdulillah, there is a lot of interest now coming for the Awqaf. It's really for us all today, all together, to work and to try to support this momentum. And this is for our akhirah, as we say. Whatever we do, this will be good for the current generation, but inshallah for the generation to come in the future, inshallah. With that, I want to thank you all, and I am really sorry to leave, but I need to catch the Jumu'ah. It's in 20 minutes, so the time to prepare and to go. But it was a very fruitful discussion, and I hope we will continue in other events, inshallah.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Al-Chati. Very nice closing statement, mashallah. Now is the time of Waqf momentum in the world, right?
Henry, may I convey the message to Pak Ali Chati? BWI will immediately continue the discussion regarding the cooperation in the development of such a large Waqaf asset in Indonesia. Thank you, Mr. Ali Chati.
Very good. All the best, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Mr. Ali Chati. See you next.
Assalamualaikum.
Okay.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Okay. And now there's a question to Mr. Ahmad from Malaysia. This is from Muhammad Iqbal. In the context of decentralized Malaysian Waqf landscape, how do you see possibilities of cross-border Waqf to participate? Because this is a digitalization, right? So this is cross-border Waqf. With regard to the Zakat application that provide a lot of information of the programs, can you please share some data of the usage of the apps? I mean, are the users really utilize the apps and increase their willingness to donate? Oh, this is very practical questions. Please, Mr. Ahmad Shariman.
Sure. I think thank you for your question. So I think let me start off with a cross-border question. If I just talk about the Malaysian the Muslims in Malaysia generally, when it comes to cross-border sadaqah, waqaf, and even zakat, this is something that has been this is actually a growing trend. So even without any formal structure and whatnot, a korban is a classic one. You see that. So Malaysians generally do not do korban in Malaysia itself. They either do in Cambodia, they do in what call this Bangladesh, multiple countries and so on. And you see year in year out, actually that has become a trend. So I think there where it comes in the part of transparency, because when we do a lot of this cross-border contribution, either with waqaf, zakat, or even korban. I think trust must be there, information must be there. So usually the person who is bringing the proposal must show evidence, must show that the money has been used for the said purpose and so on. Now, which then links to your second question with the zakat app. So the zakat app, actually I have it here. So let me try to show it to the screen. So this is actually, okay, sorry, you can't. Sorry, I don't. You can't. It won't come out.
You cannot see it because of the background. We cannot see it.
You can't see it. But you can actually look for it. It's actually zakat on touch. Yeah, you can download it. It's called zakat on touch. It's free to download, and you can play around with it. Whereby there's a screen where it goes on the map and whatnot. Look at various settings. When we speak to the zakat kedah, they say it actually really helped because now people feel that there's transparency. The added features on the app is this. Not only does it feature collection and utilization, you can also use the app to tell the zakat authorities, I found an asnaf, I found a potential recipient for the zakat funds. You can actually use the app to actually ping the location that sends it to the zakat authorities, and then they use it. So it's also an empowerment tool. Yeah. So I think that their experience from using this waqaf, and I do not have the data with me, but from their feedback over the last 18 months, it has actually helped. It actually helped remove the criticism that zakat authorities are slow. Number two, it says it removed the criticism that zakat authorities control the funds and do not really target the people who are deserving. And number three, it removed the criticism that you do not see the outcome. So I think the same outcome can also be seen for waqaf if we are able to do it in a meaningful manner and display it and share it for people to see.
Great, very powerful answer. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad Shariman. Now we have still 3 minutes more, but I would like to give a closing statement to the all speakers. The first one is Al Fayaz. Please, closing statement in 1 minute.
Sure. Firstly, thank you so much for this very interesting discussion. I really appreciate being part of this event. I've learned a lot, and I hope I added some information about how we manage Awqaf in Saudi Arabia. What I would like to do is I'd like to continue the dialogue with the stakeholders in this event. I'm happy to carry this discussion forward. Great organization. I haven't seen online conference managed in such a professional manner. So thank you so much for this, and jazakumullahu khairan.
Shukran, jazakumullah. Now, Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono, 1 minute. You're still mute, I think.
Yes, we must have the belief that Waqaf is great, and our homeworks is how to repowering the Waqaf as a pillars of economic of Ummah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Imam. Now, Mr. Ahmad Shahriman, 1 minute.
Yes, Pak. I think Pak Henry, I echo what Dr. Imam, Pak Imam Teguh earlier mentioned, which is actually we need to figure out how we want to restart Waqaf as an engine or as a pillar of the economy. Because if you think about it, that is how individuals can give their wealth for the use of society. And if you do it right, you do it properly, actually government expenditure will reduce. Because if you think about it, this is another form of inheritance tax, yeah. Rather than I force you to give your wealth, you give it willingly, Waqaf for certain purposes, and that becomes the capital expenditure of the country. Yeah, hospitals, schools, and so on. If you can only do that right, inshallah.
Thank you, Mr. Shahriman. Awqaf is the engine of the economy, mashallah. So, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end part of this session. From our session, we can conclude first one, to strengthen Awqaf properties, we need to develop business model of synergy, Islamic commercial and social finance. Second, instead of practicing the usual perspective, we need to establish new perspective on Awqaf investments. Third one model which can be implemented is Indonesian model. It is integrating Islamic commercial and social finance, such as cash wakaf link sukuk. And the last one, the role of digital finance in supporting the ecosystem of Waqf development is very important. Finally, we would like to say thanks again to the speakers for the informative and interesting talk, and to the audience for active participations. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will give back the time to our MC, Mrs. Alia, Mrs. Rahma Alia. The screen and time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry Tanjung, who just led our moderating session. It was very, very flowy, deep, but also straightforward, and a lot of very strong messages were conveyed by the speakers. Thank you very much once again. Please give a round of applause to our speakers today, and also for the moderator. Yes, thank you. We will now again proceed to our next session, but before we begin our second discussion session, I would like to invite Mr. Kunjung Masehat as the chairman of the Indonesian Professional Certificate Authority, or BNSP, to present the official certification license letter to the Indonesia Waqf Board. So to Mr. Masehat, the time is yours.
Assalamu'alaikum Warahmatullahi Wabarakatuh. The Honorable Chairman of the Indonesian Waqf Board, Professor Dr. Mohammad, the Honorable Deputy Governor of Bank Indonesia, Dr. Sugeng, the Honorable Member of 11 Commission of Indonesia House of Representatives, DPR, Mr. Ahmad Hafiz Tahir, the Honorable Governor of General Assembly for Waqf, Saudi Arabia, Mr. Ahmad Al-Kharashi, distinguished speaker, participant, ladies and gentlemen. At this very good opportunity, as the chairman of Indonesian Professional Certificate Authority, BNSP, of the Republic of Indonesia, I would like to inform that, Alhamdulillah, the Indonesian Waqf Board Professional Certification Agency, LSP, BWI, has been fulfilling all the requirements and hence is awarded the license for being official certification provider according to the current law of Indonesia. It is very important moment as the LSP BWI is the first institution given the license to conduct certification toward Nazir or Waqf manager in the country. On behalf of the BNSP, I would like to officially hand over the license to Professor Dr. Mohammad as the chairman of Indonesian Waqf Board. Hopefully, the presence of this license will strengthen Waqf development program in Indonesia. And it can be a good example to the world as the official certification of Nazir in the first in the world. I hope that the quality of the human resource will play significant role in the optimization of the Waqf instrument and institution, the benefit of our country, Indonesia. Therefore, the presence of an LSP BWI is highly needed in this regard. Once again, congratulations to Professor Mohammad and the entire member of Indonesian Waqf Board for the achievement. May Allah always shower us with His mercy. Thank you very much. Wallahu muwaffiq ila ma qadara. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Once again, congratulations to Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Nuh and the entire members of the Indonesian Waqf Board for the achievements and upon receiving the official certification license letter. All right, now let's delve into our second discussion session, which will have a lot of interesting topics as well. Please join me to welcome our moderator for this session, Dr. Dadang Mulyawan of the International Islamic University of Indonesia. To Mr. Dadang Mulyawan now, the show is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Alia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the second session of this conference that we have 4 prominent speakers right now. The first will be Ibu Dwi Irianti Hadiningdia. She's a director in Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. For the second speaker, we will have Mr. Morshid Alam, Program Manager, International Wakaf Fund from the United Kingdom. The third speaker will be Mrs. Azizah binti Zainal Abidin. She's a Deputy Manager Awqaf An-Nur Corporation Berhad, Malaysia. And the fourth will be my colleague, also friend, Mr. Zainal Abidin Kaji, CEO of Awqaf South Africa. Inshallah, in this session, we will have a time listen to the experience of 4 different countries when it comes to the collaboration between the commercial and social finance in Islamic social finance. For the first speaker, Ibu Dwi Irianti, she will talk about the role of government in developing instruments related to Waqf, present and future. And then for the second, from United Kingdom Waqf Fund, the talk will be about developing cash Waqf in United Kingdom through digital innovation and cross-border project. And the third speaker will talk about managing productive Waqf through synergy Malaysian experience. And then the last will be about developing Awqaf through synergy, digitalization, and cross-border South African experience. Join me to welcome the 4th prominent speaker. Welcome everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I hope I find you in a good health and of course good condition, inshallah. Okay. Without further ado, let me invite Ibu Dwi Irianti for explaining about the strategy that has been implemented now and in the future. Ibu Dwi, time is yours.
Okay, thank you Pak Dadan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wa mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Amal ba'du. Good afternoon everyone. First of all, I would like to extend my high appreciation to BI Bank Indonesia who conduct this excellent event annually, and I think this is a good time for us to share share knowledge, share experience about developing Sharia finance, Islamic finance, or Islamic economic, like what we want to have in Indonesia actually. And allow me to share some experience about suku negara, especially on cash Waqf link suku. I would like to showing the role of government in developing instrument related to Waqf. Maybe someone will help me to share my presentations. Next, please. Before I jump to cash Waqf link suku, I would like to share a little bit about success story of suku negara and how we develop it, and how suku negara contribute in economic, and also we will end up with cash Waqf link suku. Next, please. We start develop suku negara since 2008, and a lot of innovations that we have done. It has been more than a decade since it was firstly introduced in 2008, and many developments have been taking place to suku negara. For example, 2008 we start our debut suku with 4.7 trillion US dollar. 4.7 IDR, and 2009 first introduction of retail suku, tapping global market, and linking with hedge fund, also auction method was introduced. In 2011, Islamic T-bills introductions, and 2012, green su option as an enhancement feature of auction methods we introduced in that time. In 2016, we see issuance of the first savings suku as a non-tradable retail suku, and also tapping the global market by offering dual tranches. And in 2018 as the first issuer of sovereign global green suku, and our green suku recognized by international investor. We got 14 award for now. And in 2019 issuance, we issue Suko as well as to introducing a green retail Suko. So we not only issue in global market for green Suko, but we issue also in domestic market with retail green Suko. And in 2020, we start establishing primary dealership for Suko Negara and for further develop in the market. And in this year, 2020, Cash Wakaf Link Suko was firstly introduced and as mentioned by Pak Imam in the first session. Next, please. Here, I would like to show you that during 13 years, now we already issue more than 1,900 trillion IDR for Suko, both in domestic and global, which is in global, we only have in US dollar currency, not like our our bonds that also we issue in yen as well as in euro currency. And we issue with three methods. We do auctions every 2 weeks, and then we do also for book building for global issuance and for retail issuance, and also we develop for private placement. Next, please. If we look at the global market, we can see that Indonesia has become an important global player by maintaining its presence in global Suko market and continue to provide substantial supply of Islamic fixed income instrument to the market. And our contributions around 23% of the total issuance. So I think we in the last 5 years, Indonesia is leading the market in terms of US dollar sovereign Suko. Next, please. Our green Suko, as I mentioned, firstly, we next, please. We issue in 2018, and we continue issue every years until this year we issue in June. And you know that from tenor, we improve it from 5 years to 30 years. And for green Suko, the appetite really great. For the last issuance, we got 4.5 oversubscribed. And the participation of the green investor in the last issuance achieved for 57%. Before that, we only get 29% in 2018 and 2019, but in 2020 increased a little bit, about 34. And for green retail Suko, we issue annually as well in 2019, 2020, and next week we will issue for the third one. The aim of the issuance for green retail Suko is to increase awareness of the investor for green environmental and green environment. Next, please. Here, I would like to show for our product for retail. We have Suko retail, which is I think Suko retail is tradable one with tenor 3 years, and the minimum for investor to buy is only 1 million IDR. And for Suko tabungan, which is now we issue for green retail Suko, the same thing, but that one is 2 years non-tradable, and the latest one is Cash Wakaf Link Suko. And now we already have 500,000 investors for retail Suko, and had been recorded in our data currently nationwide across 34 provinces, with total issuance of retail Suko reach 270 trillion IDR. Next, please. Next, here also for Suko, we contribute for our development. As we all know that underlying asset transaction is the heart of an Islamic mode of financing that will connect the financial market to the real economic activities. As for Suko Negara, a Suko structure that enables to finance infrastructure project has been introduced in 2013, and up to now there has been 3,447 national priority infrastructure project has been financed through Suko Negara, and consists of projects from many sectors such as road and bridge, water resources, transportations, educations, national park, laboratories, and agriculture. Next, please. Next, please. Here, I think some picture of the project that accomplished in 2020 during pandemic, even though there is restrictions for people to do for the activities, but Alhamdulillah for Suko project accomplished almost more than 90% in that in 2020. Next, please. That one's the example, the project for infrastructures. There's many bridges that built in 34 province. Next, please. Now we come into cash wakaf link Suko. You know, after we understand what Suko Negara is and how it works in brief, we know that Suko Negara is a commercial financial market instrument. So the government trying to link the commercial instrument with the social instrument. So the cash wakaf link Suko is our latest development in which we are trying to link the commercial ones and social finance. And we know that among the challenge in the Waqaf area is that many of the Waqaf asset has been unproductive and idle. Hence, there is a need of support to make it productive. This can be achieved, among others, through cash wakaf that is expected to be carefully invested and provide financial support to any social programs, including the productive wakaf asset to boost productivity. Having said that, while wakaf or cash wakaf is basically in the domain of social finance, it needs to enter into commercial finance to obtain sufficient level of returns and at the same time exposed to low level of risk. Here we see a room to link our instrument that we already developed since 2008 with a total size more than 1,900 with the cash wakaf. The development is expected to have several impacts, both commercial and social finance sectors. In terms of commercial market, it will further develop the investor base for Suko Negara instrument and at the same time developing the Islamic financial market. In the scheme, we try to enable the implementation of core wakaf principles in the social finance side of the scheme. It will also empower the role of Nazir in the process of wakaf collections and implementations of social program. In operating the schemes, the collaboration among many stakeholders took place and synergize is extremely important. The growing trend in adoption of environment and social investment and financing globally also provide this instrument a unique, distinctive offer in the way to achieve the SDGs. The current situation of COVID-19 pandemic further increased the relevance of any social sector instrument, as can be seen from the growth philanthropies globally. Next, please. The government is committed to support the social investment by, among others, make some necessary amendment to the existing rules and regulations to accommodate any social-related transactions, and then designing and developing the instrument that suit the needs. And the most important part is continued and synergized collaborations among stakeholders in the area. Since this is not a single player work, the social tone should become the main tone in moving us at all aspects. Next, please. Here, actually, cash wakaf link suku that's already explained by Pak Imam in previous session, so I will skip it. Next, please. Yeah, after we have a first cash wakaf link suku that invests by BWI as a Nazir, we trying to provide another cash wakaf link suku through retail platform, because as I mentioned, we already have more than 500,000 investors. So we're trying to provide this instrument and grab our investor to invest in cash wakaf link suku. Development, you know, government of course have aim why we issue a cash wakaf link suku. Our objective are developing an innovation in Islamic social financing and investment. And the second objective is to facilitating productive wakaf investment through safe instrument. And the third objective is to support domestic Islamic financial market, especially in the area of wakaf. And next, please. Our cash wakaf link suku, especially for the retail one, have many characteristics. For our retail suku and suku tabungan or invest or saving suku, our investor is only for individual. But for cash wakaf link suku retail, dedicated for domestic investor, both individual and institutions. And also another characteristic is we distribute for social programs. And of course, this instrument should comply with Sharia principles. And the tenor is 2 years, minimum for the order is 1 million IDR. And this instrument is non-tradable. Next, please. That one is a retail, the scheme of the cash wakaf link suku. We clearly can observe the involvement of more stakeholders in the transaction as compared to the traditional or suku schemes, or we call it traditional suku schemes as regular suku. It's not only traditional, but regular suku. And the terms of wakaf is introduced instead of investor. This term brings significant difference in the flow of the fund with the conventional suku scheme. The Nazir in collection process and Nazir in distribution process show their strategic role, particularly in the social part of the transactions. And for the selling agents, only LKSPWU, it means only Sharia or Islamic bank, which is an Islamic financial institution that will bridge the connection between the social part and commercial part. Next, please. This is the result of the retail suku. We have twice in issuing. The first issuance we achieved 40.9 billion IDR, And the second issuance, we achieved 24.15 billion IDR. And for the Waqf, for the first issuance, we grabbed 1,045 Waqf. But for the second one, we only get 519 Waqf. The decrease of the number of Waqf showing us that maybe mindset of the people doing Waqf might be only once alive. So that one is our challenge to continue doing socialize to the society, how we can do Waqf continually. And the last slide from me. This slide showing us about many participations from the Islamic bank or Sharia bank. For the first issuance, only for Islamic banks, and 3 of them already merged with become BSI or Bank Syariah Indonesia. And the second issuance, we get more Islamic bank participations as selling agents. This one, I think, showing us that cash Waqf link suku is the instrument that's fit with the society needs to bridge how people can easier to do cash Waqf, and also to make ecosystem for the Waqf itself. Because in this issuance, of course, we have like Nazir, and now maybe many people haven't trust yet to the Nazir, but by having cash Waqf link suku, we will ask for the Nazir to make or to provide a report so the Waqf can see the result of their Waqf and how the money go to the poor people or Mawquf alai. Maybe that's end of my presentation, Pak Dadang. I would like to end my presentations, and will be happy to take any question if any. Thank you, Pak Dadang. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bu Dwi. I think one word that deserve I give to you, that the Ministry of Finance has become a Ministry of Innovation, because we have listened to you how many types of sukuk has been introduced, starting from retail sukuk, and then Islamic green sukuk, and then cash Waqf link sukuk. And I can also take notice that the sukuk that has been issued by the Ministry of Finance somehow has been used also by the central banks to deepen the market, and then to retrench the securities into liquidity purposes for the Islamic bank. That will be very much beneficial to maintain the financial stability. And then 13 years is not quite a long time for you to innovate with so many types of instruments, giving you also courage to go for a 30 years tenure for a green sukuk, which is amazing, 4.5 times oversubscribed, which is an achievement, and then very pleasing to hear that. Thank you, Bu Dwi. I think for the second speaker, may I invite Mr. Morshid Alam from the Awqaf United Kingdom. Time is yours, please. You are still muted, Mr.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulil Kareem wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamu'alaikum all. I would like to thank Back Indonesia, ISEF, and all the participants for inviting us and giving us the platform to share our experience. And also, I've been here. We started very early morning according to UK time, but I've been learning a lot from all the participants. So today I will be talking about our experience in the UK, inshallah. International Waqf Fund is a subsidiary organization of INGO called Islamic Relief Worldwide. We operate in over 30 countries as a charity. So that charity took this initiative to establish this Waqf Fund. So we are governed by Charity Commission in the UK, and the law here is very flexible. So we are governed by Charity Commission, also the Companies House. So in terms of governance, we have a board of trustees, we have investment committee, we have executive team, and then of course the Waqf. So if I can ask you to move to the next slide, please. Yeah. So our vision is to, we are inspired by our Islamic values. We envisage a world in which thriving communities help everyone achieve their God-given potential. So we are worldwide organizations. We raise funds from all over the world, and we invest mostly now in the UK. Now we are expanding outside the UK, namely Bosnia, Mali, Sudan, Bangladesh. And we are spending our fund also in over 30 countries. If you go to the next one, please. Yeah. So we are mostly interested in helping community develop themselves and helping community lifting themselves out of poverty through long-term sustainable solutions. So we try to have this sustainability help people through the investment phase and also the profit that we make from the investment. Next, please. Yes, so next, please. Next slide. So Islamic Relief took this initiative of Waqf Fund from 2000. So since then, we have been raising mostly cash Waqf. We have around 7.5 million. That fund is invested in mostly in real estates, in properties in London, in Birmingham, in other big cities in the UK. So that fund giving us around 5 to 7%. So that fund we then spend for charitable projects. If you go to the next slide, we'll have a total, yeah. So when we raise fund, we actually tell the Waqf that if they donate, they have a number of options: health, nutrition, sustainable livelihood, water and sanitation, orphan and child welfare, emergency and disaster preparedness, and general projects. General projects give us flexibility to choose projects where there's need. So when the donor donate for the specific sectors, we then invest the fund, and after investing, at the end of the year, we see how much profit we make. Then from that profit, we see how much portion are for health and nutrition, sustainable livelihood. Then we see where the greater need is. Based on that, we implement charitable projects through our parent organization called Islamic Relief. And we also have some group donations and single donations. For example, Ramadan Waqf Fund, where if if a Waqf donate 600 UK pound, then they every Ramadan we do food distribution for them. Similarly, Qurbani project. So if someone distributes or contributes £1,600 pound, we end of the year we see how much profit we make, and from there we continuously every year we implement Qurbani project on behalf of the Waqf. Similar thing with the orphan, similar thing with the blindness and preventions. Can I ask you to move to the next slide, please? So as you can see from this cycle, this is how we in International Waqf Fund operate cash Waqf. So based on the sectors you have seen, a person or a Waqif donate for specific sector, whether that's a specific project or a group project, then the fund is then invested in Sharia compliant investment. So for this, we have, of course, so we are mostly investing in real estate. Now we are also, which is pure commercial, and now we are looking into developing social aspect into this investment. That's why we are expanding outside the UK. Now we are starting a investment project in Bosnia and in Mali, mostly in health sector. So we want to help people get a job by creating job opportunities, by taking the investment in some of the needy areas. So end of the year, after 12 months, we generally we get an average return of 7%, and from these we the profits, then we don't sit and see how much are for each sector, and based on that we implement charitable projects on behalf of the donor. After completing the charitable projects, we prepare an annual report for the donors, for the Waqif, that they see the cycle of their fund. So from this, of course, for sustainability of the organizations, we take 10% for the reinvestment. So from the profit, the 7% profit that we get, we re-inject 10% in the investment fund, so the investment portfolio grows, and we also use 10% for the admin cost, and the 80% purely goes for charitable projects. Next one, please. Yeah. So just now I will demonstrate with one sector, the Qurbani, for example. So if someone donates 1,600, so from the moment we receive the fund, we start investing the fund. Once end of the year, we receive in average 5 to 7% profit, and from that profit we take a portion and put it back into the investment fund to increase the investment fund. And we also and then we implement a charity, the Qurbani project on behalf of the donor. So you can see from this cycle, from the moment we receive the fund and where we end, to the point where we invest, where we so from the point we receive the fund, how we invest it, and how we deal with the profit, and how we deal with the charitable projects, and the link and reporting back to the donor of their fund. So they receive report annually. So this is the beauty of Waqf, and that's why many educated donors are now leaning towards donating for Waqf, because they can see that one donation is continuing rather than just having one-off project in other thing. Can you move to the next one, please? So here are some photos from some of our charity projects. So last year we mostly focused on COVID related projects, mostly in Mali, in Bosnia, in Sudan, even in the UK, in Gaza, in Jordan. We also developed many development projects. We developed a village in Myanmar. We also developing a village now in China. We are now developing a hospital in Mali. This is with the charitable, with the profit from the investment. And now we also developing. We are now doing a project in Bangladesh where we are helping people with providing them with skills and also providing them with loan by adding Islamic microfinance element to the project. So where people are receiving the skills and then they use the fund to start their own business, and after they make profit, of course they keep a portion for themselves, and they then give it back to the fund that is handed over to a community. So this is in a nutshell how we operate in the UK. So in as Waqf, we have three elements. First of all, the fundraising. So we raise fund through our social medias, from institutions, from individuals. We receive funds from over 100 countries just through our social media, from online donations. And then the second element, which is investment. So we have a rigorous system for investment, how scrutinizing investment projects. We have investment committee, and then they of course the executive team, they prepare the project. Investment committee, they then approve the project and they give the suggestions. Ultimately, it's get approved by board of trustees. Because in the UK we are governed by charity commission. Charity commission, they try to look at treat Waqf institution as charity, where we have to preserve the endowment fund. But again, the governance system is very similar to charities in the UK. So these are the second element to our to Waqf function, which is investment, and the third element is spending the profit in charity projects. So this is in a nutshell how we operate in the UK. In the UK, most of the we are one of the biggest in the UK, and most of the Waqf institutions in the UK, they are started by charities. Now there are some independent Waqf institutions are coming to market, but mostly are developed by charities. International Waqf Fund is a result of long experience of Islamic belief in the development sector. So this is in a nutshell about International Waqf Fund and how we operate Waqf Fund in the UK. If you have any questions, please do ask me the questions. Inshallah, we'll try to answer them. And I think I have completed the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother Murshid. So I have taken at least 4 points. The first is you are serving the people to, in doing to optimize God-given potential, particularly how to alleviate poverty by, improving the well-being into various of programs. And you're doing that by linking the donors with target recipients with good proposal, which is, governed very well. And then this is the second point, is about the governance that involves the rigorous process to maintain the high credibility, and you provide also annual report to keep the public trust on your institutions. And then number 3 is, again, you're also still focusing on the Qurbani projects, which can generate 5 to 7% to maintain the sustainability of the activity, which is, to me, yes, this is a charity, but we need to think also about the operational sustainability. And number 4, you are mentioning about the 3 elements, which is, of course, very important, from fundraising through digital channels, and then investment process, like you said earlier. And then, of course, one of the objective of having these institutions is to do a charity projects which is very noble. Thank you very much, Brother Mursyid. And let me invite the third speaker. It will be Mrs. Azizat binti Zainal Abidin. Time is yours, sister.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dadang, for the introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amma ba'd. Assalamu'alaikum Warahmatullahi Wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon here in Malaysia. Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah for this opportunity, and thank you Bank of Indonesia as well as Badan Wakaf Indonesia for inviting us to share our experience on Waqf management. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I understand that first, it is a Friday, and secondly, it is late afternoon. So why not take some time to enjoy one wonderful video that we've prepared for you. Secretary, could you please play the video? Alhamdulillah, thank you very much. Can we please have the slides, please?
The video is so nice.
Thank you. Just a short one to keep everyone awake.
Right.
Next. Right. Before we delve further on the topic, allow me to first introduce Waqf An-Nur Corporation Berhad, or Waqf An-Nur. So Waqf An-Nur is like a young millennial child. So we are only 20 years old. We were established in year 2000 as a company limited by guarantee by Johor Corporation, a state development agency. And we were established to manage shares that was Waqf by Johor Corporation. So concurrently, we are also appointed as the Special Nazir by the Johor State Islamic Religious Council as to act as a mutawali as well as mawquf alaih. And the hujah with the State Religious Council is that the segmentation of manfaat distribution is 50% or half for reinvestment, 45% for general welfare, and 5% is channeled back to the State Islamic Religious Council. Next. So this tripartite relationship is also reflected in our board of directors composition, whereby our chairman is represented from the Waqf, which is your corporation. And there are also representatives from the State Islamic Religious Council as well as Jacob Group of companies. And we also have independent directors just to ensure the check and balance. Next. So beginning in 2005, Jacob, through a series of transactions of Waqf is shares in listed and non-listed companies with a total of 141 million ringgit. Next. And Alhamdulillah, after 15 years, the initial mawquf 141 million ringgit has now grown more than 5 times to 864 million ringgit in the form of equity in listed and non-listed companies, as well as in real estate. So 3/4 of the asset is actually composed of ain, or the initial mawquf, and the balance is manfaat or income derived from the ain. Next. All right, as mutawali as well as mawquf alaih, Waqf An-Nur carries out various activities in managing the asset as well as distributing the manfaat. So there are several key areas or key activities that we carry out for this purpose, such as in healthcare as well as in socio-economic development, as we see in the video earlier. Next. All right, as mentioned earlier, through understanding with the State Islamic Religious Council, 45% of the manfaat is used for general welfare. So Alhamdulillah, in 2020, supplemented by infaq crowdfunding, we managed to distribute more than 11 million ringgit for the Ummah. And this distribution, a third of it is actually dedicated for COVID-19 aid in cash as well as in kind. Next. So ladies and gentlemen, now that we know Waqf An-Nur, so let's discuss on our experience in managing productive Waqf through synergies. Next. All right. Waqf, we know that it is a unique instrument. It is perpetual, inalienable, and irrevocable. So with these characteristics under productive management, a mawquf will grow in form of its ain as well as manfaat, indicated by first, the net asset value, and secondly, the impact to the socioeconomic growth. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention on this framework, whereby with the advancement of Islamic social finance and Islamic commercial finance, how do we use corporate finance tools to bridge between two sectors, but while ensuring that the objectives are still within the framework of Maqasid Sharia as well as the UN SDG. So under this framework, we hope to first, remember, grow the net asset value, and secondly, to drive the social economy. So with this in mind, I will inshallah share what were the initiatives by Waqf An-Nur in managing and trying to achieve these two indicators, inshallah. Next. Right, the first initiative that we carried out was Waqf Saham Lakin Central. So it was a public offering of Waqf shares launched in 2017 and remained open for the next 2 years. This is a great example of how we use corporate finance to grow Waqf asset, which is corporate shares in Lakin Central Property Berhad, with an underlying asset of a terminal and transportation and market building. So individuals and institutional investors were offered corporate shares that were later on Waqf to Waqf An-Nur. Alhamdulillah, we managed to raise a total of 8 million ringgit, and the transportation building now is in a much better shape to serve the public for many more years to come, inshallah. Next. The next initiative in growing Ain Mawquf is Hibah Lil Waqf. So this is an example of how we create synergies between Islamic social finance and Islamic commercial finance by utilizing instruments like Hibah, Waqf, Takaful, and will management. So Hibah Lil Waqf provides opportunity to individuals to Hibah with the intention to Waqf An-Nur their assets or even Takaful benefits while alive or even upon death. So Alhamdulillah, as to date, we have received commitment of more than 20 million ringgit under Hibah Lil Waqf. Next. The third initiative is in growing Ain Mawquf is a Waqf-linked investment product or PMB An-Nur Waqf Income Fund. This was launched early this year, and it is a unit trust fund that is not just offering financial return and Waqf instrument to investors, but also Takaful benefits. Investors may Waqf up to 30% of their dividend or their Takaful benefits to Waqf An-Nur, which will become Ain Mawquf that will be managed to grow the NAV. And Alhamdulillah, as to date, we have more than 11 million ringgit invested, and inshallah, this will continue to grow to achieve its target. So ladies and gentlemen, we have seen 3 initiatives by Waqf An-Nur to ensure that the Ain Mawquf continues to grow and becomes productive as opposed to sitting idle. Next, inshallah, I will share 3 more initiatives to ensure the second indicator, which is how to drive the socio-economic growth through productive Waqf management. Next. All right, the first initiative is in the form of human capital development. And in this regard, Waqf An-Nur provides a structured vocational and entrepreneurial training to groom and empower targeted groups such as Asnaf and the lower B40. And we groom them with vocational skills with the aim to later become entrepreneur. But however, to ensure that there's a multiplier effect, we have come up with a new program to groom social entrepreneurs, whereby these entrepreneurs are not just based on profit orientation, but also to create impact to the society as well as to the environment. So these entrepreneurs are empowered to help others who walk their path, inshallah. Alhamdulillah, in collaboration with various parties, the programs have benefited more than 2,000 individuals from the targeted groups. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, after almost 2 years in pandemic COVID-19, I believe that we could all agree that health is wealth. A productive community has to be a healthy community. And in this regard, Waqf An-Nur is intensifying our initiative in healthcare to provide greater access to healthcare to rural communities through mobile clinics. So we created synergies with Islamic social finance payers such as Waqf and Zakat bodies to ensure that these clinics can provide healthcare to the rural communities. Alhamdulillah, as to date, we have provided close to 2 million treatments, and interestingly, close to 10% of the treatments are actually for non-Muslims. Next. So finally, we are also expanding our microcredit services through Islamic prompt broking. So we understand that this service is not just providing quick access to financing to those who are affected by the pandemic, but also as a fardu kifaya to provide Muslims with pawn broking service that is free of riba and gharar. Next. So ladies and gentlemen, alhamdulillah, those are the 6 initiatives by Waqf An-Nur in ensuring productive Waqf management through synergies. I thank all of you for your attention, and I conclude with wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to you, Dr. Dadang.
Thank you, sister. Despite a very half time of your presentation is taken, but the content is so important. Why is it important? Because I think Malaysia is already advanced in combining the Awqaf management in such a way which is compatible with corporate approach. In that sense that you have been able to utilize optimally the corporate finance tools. And then I think it also goes along with the level of governance, because once the institution is listed in the capital market, of course, you know, the level of governance is going without saying, it will be improving very much. And one of the tools is by using unit trust fund, which is very important. And also, what is also important, you have already developed 3 main activities. First, again, human capital development through vocational training, and then how to groom social entrepreneurs. Well, it sounds similar to previous speakers that we are supporting a kind of SDGs, which converts in some areas in government initiatives. And the second one is healthcare, showing that Islamic social finance is directly useful for the government tools in trying to overcome the COVID pandemic problem, which is very immediate. And then lastly, microcredit with a low risk investment, and also riba free. Again, I myself learned a lot today. Thank you very much, sister, for your presentation. And one also, what is amazing to me that, you know, the volume of the activity that goes 5-fold in 15 years. It means that nearly about 25% of growth, which is remarkable to my opinion. Thank you again. Okay, now let me invite my dearest friend, Brother Zainul Abidin KJ. Time is yours.
Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you so much, Brother Dadang. It's been really a great pleasure to be with this group, with the participants, and the amazing speakers that you've actually invited here. And we've really learned a lot, I think, from the previous speakers, and it really humbles us as one of the small brothers in the whole Waqf sector. But it's really very inspiring and very encouraging to see so many people that are involved in the Waqf sector, and now that all these organizations and institutions are growing rapidly, alhamdulillah. So with those few words, if I may, just ask the slide or the technical group to present, Jazakallah, and you can go on to the next slide, which is basically an embedded video. You can go into the next slide.
When we take care of each other, wonderful things happen. Children thrive, the elderly rejoice, communities celebrate. Awqaf South Africa, A charitable Waqf receiving organization makes it easy to share the care. All donations are plowed into Sharia-compliant investments, while the fruits support a great variety of charitable causes. Visit the Awqaf South Africa website at awqafsa.org.za to discover how your Waqf can bless our community with the legacy of care. Awqaf South Africa, share the care.
Yeah, very nice video.
Jazakallah, thank you. Okay, can we go on to the next slide? Okay, so the topic is really about digitalization, which is really a new word in my vocabulary. And I must say that I'm not really the expert on digitalization, and I had to refer to some of the brothers to actually give us some advice on this. So, you know, the technological advancement means that we either have to adapt or die. So, you know, things are changing so rapidly, almost on a daily basis. And, you know, the Zakat touch, for example, that the brother initially told us about, I think that's also an amazing technological advancement in digitalization. So I will briefly talk about also the Awqaf journey. Can go into the next slide. I don't want to go into the definitions of all this, but you know, we say that digitization is like all old stuff now, where we just convert data and documents and processes to analog or digital, whereas digitalization is about transforming our business processes by leveraging digital technologies, ultimately resulting in opportunities for efficiencies and increased revenue. Next, please. So our philosophy is basically that working together works, that 1 + 1 is equal to 11 or 111. So we try to collaborate as far as possible locally and globally with all the organizations, whoever can lend us support or we can contribute towards in bettering and improving the Waqf system abroad and locally, we would be very happy to do that. And we continuously striving to build these kind of relationships with organizations across the world and particularly Indonesia. And you can see from my shirt, I think I just feel much more closer to Indonesia, although we are so far from you here based in South Africa. Next slide, please. So our key challenges in the Waqf sector, and particularly in South Africa, having started in the year 2000, is number one, creating or mobilizing and developing and managing Waqf funds. So that's the first one. The second one, I think, is a major challenge, which is about advocacy, education, popularization, and proliferation of the Waqf system. Thirdly, of course, we need to mobilize and train people and to educate people all the time. And then lastly, we initiate or contribute to towards projects and programs. Sorry about that. Jazakallah. And next slide, please. So when we look at our purpose and our digitalization that needs to happen, it's to actually create efficiencies in various sectors, whether it's in human capital, investments, marketing, downstream funding, in corporate governance, in our administration projects, in research and academia, etc. Monitoring and performance monitoring and evaluation becomes also an important area. So several areas of interaction and where we need to create efficiencies so that we can actually improve and grow. Could you go to the next slide? Then we also have to, people have talked about building trust and ensuring that we build credible organizations. And one of the key things is that we need to build trust within the whole stakeholder ecosystem in the Awqaf sector, whether it's the NGO sector, the broader community, the international community, our religious sector, the government authorities, etc., etc. So, and then of course, you've got internal stakeholders which are your mutawallis, your volunteers, your staff, and suppliers, and so forth. So all these together we need to create that trust and the credible system, so that they must be able to trust even whatever systems that we have to enable our growth and development. Next slide, please. So when we look at the Awqaf South Africa journey, when we started in 2001, very simple website. In fact, we were piggybacking on somebody else's website, and we moved to our own domain. From the website, from HTML to cloud-based, from also a borrowed email address to our own domain, and then various forms of improvement, from event registrations, from hard copy forms, faxed forms, to email, to WhatsApp and SMS. And now you can see there's various forms of event registrations taking place. Next slide, please. So when we started in, again, going forward in 2010, now we've got all the other social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, SoundCloud. We're moving into smartphone technology. We've explored the Frontera blockchain. In 2020, we moved from TV fundraising to webinar fundraising. We've got crowdfunding now via our website, and migrating to our own platform. Our accounting system was based on a DOS system, which still works, but migrating now to a cloud-based system, where we now also have virtual seminars and webinars like we're having right now. And then, of course, we currently in progress with a Microsoft fundraising and engagement platform, which is really in progress. Next slide, please. So we're thinking the future now. Where are we going to? And we're looking at the next 10 years, from 2021 to 2030. And for this, let's just see what are our aims and objectives. Firstly, I think let's just have a look at our growth. Next slide, please. So in the past 20 years, this is how we have been growing, and there has been steady growth. You can see in the early years, it's been very, very slow. And as more people get to know about Awqaf South Africa and the Waqf system, more and more people contribute, and that's been the growth path. So next slide, please. So our target for the next 5 to 10 years is 1 billion rand. The previous slide showed you that we've grown to 100 million rand, but now we need to target and go to the next level. And how are we actually going to do this? Next slide, please. So, can you just continue with the next slide? Next slide, next slide, next slide. So we're talking about culture, leadership, skills, and purpose. Now, I think what we need to have very important within the organization is a culture of growth and development. There's a culture of learning all the time, learning of improvement, learning and having this culture, an ethical culture that will ensure that we have continuous growth and development. And of course, this must be coupled with leadership, with the skills that need to go with it, and then finally with the final purpose for which we want to drive this organization. I'm going to go through each one of these separately in a few minutes. Okay, next slide, please. So when we talk about donor experience, we need to be able to give them an ease of donating multiple times. So rapidly from your smartphone, you should be able to just click on, and I think already the Zakah on Touch is doing it, so we may be able to borrow some ideas there. Rapid acknowledgements of receipting, thank yous, tax certificates. They must be able to have access to the Waqf account. They must be able to visibly see where we have invested, what are the revenues, where are we spending, what are the ways in which we can communicate with donors. Ultimately, we want to have donor retention, loyalty, and satisfaction. People must be able to ask questions, and it must be integrated with the accounting system. And we must enable donor interaction with systems, with confidence. Next slide, please. We need to look at empowering our employees and volunteers with adequate tools, whether it's Microsoft Dynamics 365, the fundraising and engagement, the Sage Evolution cloud-based accounting, computers, internet, know your donor and stakeholders, instant access to relevant information, have excellent volunteer relations and happiness. We need to provide them with toolkits that are video clips and technology-driven instruments that will enable them to perform and function correctly, have adequate marketing materials in print and software and soft materials. Optimizing operations, obviously, donor relations remains important, knowledge and advocacy to donors, continuous knowledge growth. We also have the Waqf Academy that is online for knowledge and for instant education as well for anyone anywhere in the world who would like to learn more about Waqf. Then, of course, we need to optimize on our administration and finance, projects and events, and funding grants, giving people automatic reminders and so forth. Next slide. And then, we've seen even in the previous presentation that there's been various ways in which one can actually mobilize Waqf funds. And we need to see how we can actually synergize with Islamic banks, Islamic windows, provide estate planning services, which we're planning to do, Waqf tree farms. We've seen investments in venture equity capital, microfinance. The sister earlier mentioned about the Hiba. So we're looking at the world's Hiba and the Wasiya, through which people can actually donate. And of course, technologies like crowdfunding, blockchain, creating new business models. Let's look at the next slide. So in terms of synergizing and cooperation, as we said, that's one of our policies actually, to have partnerships and to collaborate with people anywhere in the world. We've been happy to promote Waqf in various African countries, in Nigeria, in Mauritius, Uganda, Tanzania, and these are countries where we as small brother are trying to help others, and we hope that some of the big brothers will be helping us as well. And we hope that with these collaborations with Bank Indonesia, Kuwait Awqaf, IDB, and various others, the Indonesian Waqf board, I think, will actually really enhance the entire global digitalization of Waqf. And perhaps one day we may have a worldwide database of all Waqf properties throughout the world. Next slide, please. So some of the critical factors that we need to look at is that we do have a growth culture, a learning organization, and that's the kind of mindset we should be having, that we have a total addressable market. If, for example, in Indonesia, we have 200 million or 250 million people, that's the addressable market. Those are the people that we have to reach. In South Africa, we need to reach out to about 2.5 million people. That's the Muslim population. We need to have strong, determined leadership to drive this process. We need to have the necessary trust in the organization and in the technology that we provide. We need to understand through the technology our donors and patterns of giving and the analytics that can come out of what are the patterns, what are the age groups, what is the gender base of the donors, what are the age groups of the donors, what are the levels of donations that are being given. Understand younger donors, the pen and paper to smartphones. We need to look at how that can actually help us. So we need to have the right technology for the right donors and talent to embrace the fourth industrial revolution. And finally, with the purpose of proliferation of the Waqf system. So next slide. I just want to quote our brother Hassanain Abdullah, who's our project manager. And he sent me this email yesterday. And he said, Awqaf South Africa has been tech-centric. As an organization who has invested valuable time and energy in prototyping new technologies to improve the way information is shared with the public and our donors, we live streamed the sessions of a Waqf conference that was hosted in 2017 to an international audience. Awqaf South Africa is the first-time adopter of new trends. We continue to use live stream platforms to facilitate our current projects under a COVID-19 era. As part of our online strategy, we have used rich media, including audio podcasts and videos, to share information about our projects via social media. And we continue to upgrade our information infrastructure using the most scalable solution. And here he's referring to Microsoft 365. So maybe the next slide, please. So Jazakallah khairan. I think I've managed my time quite well there, I think. I'd like to thank the Indonesia Sharia Economic Festival, Bank Indonesia, the Indonesian Waqf Board, all the associated sponsors, our brothers from the IT Forum, Zoe Hussein and Adnan Theba, the Awqaf South Africa team, Dr. Dadang, yourself, and the team at Bank Indonesia that facilitated all the Waqf core principles. And I think one of your governors actually spoke about the 5 strategies, and one of the strategies that he talked about was also the standardization, and which is I think one of the primary driving forces and innovations that Bank in Indonesia has actually brought to the world, into the world Waqf sector. So Jazakallah, shukran, thank you, and terima kasih.
Thank you very much, brother. I think you have bring us to 10 years from now, alhamdulillah, by emphasizing the importance of having a digital transformations and professionalisms that basically will improve the trust of the public. Because again, Awqaf, Zakat and Awqaf are basically a trust-based institutions that, again, with the enhancement of the technology, and then how we need to keep the integrity high. Because again, besides, it opens up the potential for having more energy to develop Awqaf, but at the same time, it also opens up vulnerability, because through digital, if things goes wrong, and then we can easily fail, and then of course it requires endurance from time to time. Try not to make any mistake that can reduce the trust from the public to us. And then the second thing that, again, it has been also reiterated by other speakers, digital technology will ease us to do collaboration with other elements in the ecosystem. So make friends with, with so many friends, including institutions like banking. Again, capital market system from Malaysia has also shared with us how the collaboration with capital market has bring you ahead, years ahead from the others in getting a very efficient operation in Awqaf operations. Okay, let me start the Q&A session. If I have tried to summarize at least 3 questions. I think I will combine this together for all the speakers to respond to that. First, about the collaborations. There's a call from Sister Hawa saying, is there any possibility to do collaboration, how to help, brother and sister in other regions to do a kind of education programs, trainings that will help them to improve the quality of the operations. And then second, about the economic impact of the Islamic social finance by Sister Magda. I think Ibu Dwi, because Indonesia, you you have brought us, decade ahead, because previously, Awqaf was very, very limited, very traditional. But with your ministry contribution, with instruments that has lifted up the credential of the sectors, how do you see the impact? Besides, of course, you can also share about the impact, economic impact of sukuk issuance. And then lastly, about the question, I think it is addressed more to Sister Aziza. How do you convince the donor? Because we can see, the fast progress in Malaysia, 5 times within 15 years is amazing. Okay, can we start with Ibu Dwi to respond?
Sure. Thank you, Pak Dadang. Yes, I guess I already have in my presentations the economic impact of sukuk actually is a lot during 1 decade. Through sukuk project, we have a sukuk project that directly finance to infrastructure, including, as I saw in my presentations, many picture, including in the education sectors and as well as in infrastructure sectors. And we finance many projects in 34 provinces and give economic impact to the society, not only in Java Islands, but also in all islands and remote area. Also, we finance, for example, the bridge in the Papua Islands that link to the island where poor people live there, and then link to the city, that island, that the capital city of Papua. By having that bridge, so people will easier to mobile and sell their product to the city, and then they can buy their needs, daily needs in the city easily. And the other things, by having a beautiful bridge there, people start to do economic in that area. So like people go there to do selfie, and then many people come, and then of course the people around the bridge, they start to like sell food, sell merchandise, and so on. So that's the simple things. Another things, we also build hut dorm, where actually the hut dorms only used for 2 months a year during hut month. Then the 10 years left, some before we built the building as good as now, then we need money to maintenance for the building. But before we revitalize the building now, we can give a better service to the pilgrims, and then the 10 months after the Hajj months, we can use the dorm to get money, for example, to create, or maybe many event can be used or can be conduct in that building. So the building itself will earn the money, and then of course they no need more funding from the budget. That's the example of the economic impact of our suku, Pak Dadang.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu. I take 3 notes from your explanation. First, of course, the multiplier effect is there, so that exists. Secondly, the infrastructure development by using sukuk, of course, will improve the competitive edge of the nations. And lastly, particularly Hajj dormitory development can do a better service for Hajj. I can still remember, when I still, in Department of Economics, Islamic Economics, I did a simple regression showing that the disbursement of zakat can bring Gini ratio down quite significantly, although it's just a small, particularly in the residential area, meaning urban area, meaning because the disparity is so high, and then the disbursement of zakat, alhamdulillah, scientifically has proven that way. Okay, can I invite Brother Mursid Alam?
Yeah.
Maybe you can share the potential collaboration.
Yes, if you allow me, there's a question from Magda directly to me about the alleviation of the poverty and the improving their living standards.
Right.
I'll just briefly say, of course, to measure this expensive exercise, however, we carried out something called evaluation. So evaluation usually for development projects, you have to give time. I'll give an example of a project we carried out in Bangladesh called ALO. This project actually received a prize from one of the British institutions for helping people coming out of poverty. In that project, you have 4 categories when we dealing with development projects: ultra poor, middle class, and the rich. Of course, when we choose a project, we go to a village, then we do something called social mapping. So we map the whole village, and then from there we do social well-being analysis. So from these, we have a KPIs for, of course, the KPIs also is developed by the villagers or the community. So we have 3-4 categories: ultra poor, middle, and the rich. And the KPIs for all of these are also set by the communities. So when we deal with in the community, we actually address the ultra poor first, and then the poor, and then the middle class. So we can see, after 1 or 2 years, people are moving from ultra poor to poor, and then to middle class. I give one example. In my recent visit to Bangladesh, I've seen one lady who used to be a beggar, and now she actually has assets. She has many cow stories. She has land, and she's now helping others with that experience. So if you want more information on this, you could just Google ALO project by Islamic Relief. Then you can see we also carried out evaluation for this project, and this actually was carried out by an external company. So from internal for the organization, we didn't get involved. So an independent organization carried out this evaluation to see the impact of how this kind of projects making change and also lifting living standards of the people. So this is the first question. And Dr. Dadang, coming back to your second question, collaboration. Yes, we are open to collaborate. I mean, as at International Waqf Fund, we have, as we said, 3 components: the fundraising, investment, and the charitable projects. So for the charitable projects, we have well-established offices over 30 countries in most of the region: Asia, Africa, Eastern Europe. So our field officers, they deal with field level collaboration. For example, somebody needs funding, a grant for some activities, they then have to approach those offices. So if whoever asking these questions, if it is from Malaysia or Indonesia, you have office in Indonesia, in Malaysia, you could contact them, and we are open to collaborate. For investment, also, yes, we are happy to collaborate. We are now mostly looking into, we are mostly focusing in the UK for real estate. For other health and education investment projects, we are focusing in Bosnia, Mali, and Sudan at the moment. So for these, we can explore areas for collaboration. Please, I don't know how we should share our details, but of course we're open to collaborate for all these elements.
Okay, thank you, Brother. I think impact, the life quality status migration will be one of the very interesting area too, because in banking we can do a kind of credit migration analysis, but in Islamic social finance and Waqf, we can also do life status migration, which is very interesting. Thank you, Brother. May I invite Sister Azizat? Maybe you would like to respond about the collaborations, and also, of course, impact. Economic impact will be very much relevant to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dadang. I think we also missed one question by Pak Adi with regards to how do we convince donors?
Oh, yes. So, thank you.
So, right. My answer to Pak Adi is, in terms of convincing donors, it is not easy, but it's not impossible. So based on our experience, when it comes to convincing donors, we need to look at the root cause. So based on our experience, we understand that in Malaysia, the general public lacks understanding on what is Waqf, because they are so used to sadaqah, zakat, infak, but not really Waqf, and specifically share or cash Waqf. So that's one. There's a gap in terms of knowledge and understanding. And secondly, in Malaysia, even the understanding on Waqf is still very much traditional, whereby it's only limited to Waqf of school or madrasah or masjid or cemetery and so on and so forth. But the contemporary type of Waqf, like shares and cash, almost unheard of 5 years ago. So when we launched the Waqf Assalamu'alaikum Central, we faced these difficulties. And being one of the pioneers in corporate Waqf, we had to go down to the public, to the ground. So what we did was to focus on two things. One is to build trust, and secondly, to create transparency. So when it comes to building trust, we need to impart the knowledge. We need to educate the public. What is corporate Waqf is all about? What are the benefits? Why is it different to zakat and sadaqah? And when it comes to building trust, we also partner with trusted entities and parties, so that we can share the responsibility, and we can have better position when it comes to promoting our products to the public. And then secondly, transparency. When it comes to transparency, it goes back to our governance. So in Waqf and Nur, like any other company, we have our board of directors, but also we have various committees that look after the investment, the Sharia aspects, the risk management, so on and so forth. So all this creates a transparency, and we also provide reports to our stakeholders, to the public, on the impact of their contribution. For example, on annual basis, we publish our annual report, even though that is not something that is compulsory for us to do. And separately, for Waqf Assalamu'alaikum Central, we were also obliged to report to the Securities Commission on the progress of the Waqf utilization. So all of this has created trust and built transparency for us to be in a better position to gain confidence from the public to donate and wakaf to us. So Waqf Assalamu'alaikum Central was nearly 4 or 5 years ago, and alhamdulillah we've seen a significant improvement in terms of public perception when it comes to donating or making wakaf to private institutions or special nazir like us. Alhamdulillah. I hope that's all. Thank you. Back to you, Dr. Dadang.
Okay, thank you very much. I think 2 points which are very important. First, that we face illiteracy that exists everywhere, not only in Malaysia, but also in Indonesia. And I believe it also happened somewhere else. And how to, anticipate this one, as to overcome this illiteracy is, of course, transparency and education. Okay, let me invite Brother Zainul Abidin to maybe talk about the response to the collaboration call and how to convince the donors.
Okay. Look, I think it goes without saying that collaboration is really one of, I think it should be one of our hallmarks. We talk about what ta'awanu alal birri wa taqwa, and Allah tells us to collaborate and cooperate with one another in goodness. So I think without any doubt in my mind that collaboration really helps us to grow further. And like they say, if you go alone, you can go far, but if you go together, you can go much further. So I think as a matter of principle and as a matter of policy, I think all of us within the Awqaf sector should think in that vein, that we all need to collaborate with one another. We've seen the whole Waqf system being decimated during the colonial era, and it's now time that we actually revive the system. It has sort of almost disappeared, like many speakers have said, from our Muslim mind, and that Waqf literacy has become even more important today than ever before. Bearing in mind that we have got all the issues of poverty and all of that. So, being here in South Africa, having access to all the technology and not being a first world country, but having, in fact, we are perhaps known as a country with 2 type of developments. One is we've got a first world sector and we've got a third world sector in one country. And this has all been because of colonialism and apartheid and so forth. So we do have an excellent banking system. We've got excellent technology available. And we should be able to leverage these to enable us to collaborate and communicate with people all over the world, especially within the Muslim Ummah. Whenever we get requests, actually, as being even the small brother here, in the southern tip of Africa, we've got requests from the US, we've got requests from Tanzania, Nigeria, and other countries to come and give them. Recently, we just got a request from Ghana to provide them with a workshop on Waqf. Very early on, we actually understood that our advocacy and literacy program must be really up to speed, and that's why we created the Waqf Academy, which was probably the first online program that one could actually latch on to learn about Waqf, and it is still ongoing, and people can still connect to waqfacademy.org to be able to do an online course on Waqf, and it's free of charge. So embracing technology, I think there could be a lot of collaboration in terms of technology, where, for example, Badan Wakaf Indonesia creating certain technologies to enhance donor experiences and donor mobilization, Waqf mobilization. I think those kind of technologies must be shared. so that we can, the whole sector can benefit from it. And if other countries can have got more advanced technologies, make it available. Because at the end of the day, we should be thinking, as Stephen Covey said, and I think that's part of our Islamic culture as well, to have an abundance mentality, that we share with other people and we share our knowledge, because the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said that knowledge is the lost property of the Muslim. So let's make those knowledge and information available. We must collaborate in terms of investments. There could be cross-border investments. Certain countries may not have the right type of models to invest or vehicles to invest in. We have organizations like ISEF that spoke earlier on, the Awqaf Property Investment Fund of the IDB, where countries have problems with currencies. For example, we have a problem with the dollar-denominated currency loans from abroad. So how do we overcome those kind of issues? So we could share also in marketing materials. I think that's one of the ways. We're talking about donor education, we're talking about donor literacy. We need to also increase not only, not only donor information and donor commitment, but we also need to create a kind of a passion for Awqaf or for Waqf amongst people, because we see this as one of the great social finance institutions of the day and of Islam. And I think that we have got great hopes on Bank Indonesia and Badan Wakaf Indonesia to lead the way, inshallah. Barakallahu feek, jazakallahu khairan.
All right. Thank you very much, brother. Okay, I think we need to come into an end. But before I conclude the session, I think I want to share 5 key takeaways. First, again, when we do Waqf, do innovations to link to the stakeholders and come up with innovative instruments. Secondly, improve governance, which include rigorous process and then professionalism and compliance to the regulation. Third, don't forget about the sustainability of the operations. It involves the ability to manage the assets in a good project. The fourth, corporate approach, which is, provide a very much more efficient in the operation. And then digitalizations that will throw us into the future through digital transformation. Again, Ibu Dwi, and then Brother Murshid, Sister Azizat, and Brother Zainul, thank you very much for your kind collaborations in this program. And I will hand this over to Ibu Alia. Bu Alia, time is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dadang Mulyawan, for moderating our second session. And of course, thank you to our guest speakers. Please, once again, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for them. Hopefully, everything that was conveyed during the discussions could be our future references regarding Waqf. And if you remember at the beginning of the program, I did make a promise to all of you. And now I'd like to announce some very lucky participants who have been very active in the Q&A, asking and very interesting questions to our speakers. Now, the names that are the lucky ones today is going to be mentioned on the screen as you will receive souvenir from our organizing committee. All right, here are the 50 participants that are lucky today. Congratulations to all of you. And for these lucky participants, please contact M. Akbar Rafdison using the number 62-821-2577-2272 to claim for your prize. Once again, you can contact M. Akbar Rafdison through +62 821-2577-2272. Once again, thank you very much for your participations. And ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the end of our event, the International Waqf Conference, strengthening the synergy of Islamic commercial and social finance, cross-border and digital innovation for better Waqf optimalization. Thank you very much for sharing your time with us, and hopefully it was a great, wonderful and informative session for you as it was for all of us at the studio. And finally, allow me, Rahma Alia, on behalf of ISEF 2021 committee, to sign off and hopefully see you again on another ISEF event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.